Hello, everybody. Welcome. I hope everybody's doing really well and having yourselves a great day. Thank you for stopping on by. And I hope that your day is going well. Yes, we are starting really early today compared to how I have been starting. Not that today is like anything super special. But compared to how things have been going, we are early today. Give me a second here. I forgot to open Restream, like the chat, so I can't see the chat. But hello, TikTok. Samus, hello. Hi, Wendy. Michael Jackson, welcome to you as well. I hope everybody has been having a really good day. My day has been really good. It's weird getting up at this time. Like, I'm normally waking up like 2 hours from now. So it's been pretty nice getting up on time to actually see the sunlight and know that it's not going to be completely gone within like an hour of me streaming. You know, I'm in Canada. It gets dark early, although it's not getting dark super early right now, but still early enough. Brian, how you doing, man? Welcome. The 25 meme, hello. Venom, nice to see you. I hope you are doing well. I'm doing really well. Yes, so we are just starting. It is early compared to how I have been starting. Sorry, I gotta center myself here. It is early compared to how I've been starting. A little bit of news, I guess. It's not really news, but just an update. I've been talking for the last like week and a half that I wanted to start earlier, and it was really hard for me to do because I was getting home at like 7 in the morning. So by the time I got to bed, it was like 8:30. And then by the time I was getting up, it was like 3:30, 4 o'clock for me to get decent sleep. Well, last night we got some news, and I am shifting back to my old shift, which kind of sucks because the workload goes up, but my hours are going to be earlier, so I am going to get to bed earlier. Instead of like 8:30, I'll be going to bed at like 5 in the morning. So that means I'll be able to get up instead of at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. It'll be closer to like 12 or 1 o'clock. So it's going to be really nice because that way I can get up and I can get ready and then have my stream. And even if I'm a little bit late, it's still early enough that a lot of people in Europe can still catch me. And it's going to be a 4 or 5 hour stream. So I'll still be streaming in the evening so people in the West can still hang out eventually. So it's going to be really nice. No worries, Weewood. No worries. Get that paint off. Make sure that you don't end up with like a bad reaction or something. Sometimes I get rashes or stuff like that. Enjoying the day off. Nice. Are you off on the weekend or no? And if you are you getting Labor Day off as well? But yeah, so that's kind of where we are right now. I got to tell you this backstory a little bit before we get going with the stream. So I mentioned last stream, I was talking about the super stellar new employee that we had that my brother hired. The guy who's like speaks like a sloth and just doesn't have any like problem solving skills and can't think in like a strategic way when it comes to doing work. So he's been complaining to my brother since day one, like about everything, right? And I'll admit, you know, my brother's setup isn't necessarily the best, but it's not his fault. You know, he has this business and I am contracted by his business. So I personally run my own little like independent business, I guess. And so, you know, we work together. My brother supplies the equipment, I do the labor, and that's how it is. And so it's good. The problem that we run into is that my brother purchased some of these contracts and equipment from another guy, and this other guy didn't take care of the equipment. So the equipment is now at the point where it needs a lot of work. And one of the issues we're running into is a lot of the machines, the batteries are no good. So even though we charge them all night, they don't last enough for the shift. So the strategic way we've had to work until my brother can replace all this stuff, because these aren't cheap batteries, the strategic way we're looking at it is you do part of the store, you know, because you got to sweep it, then you got to run the machine and all that. So you do part of the store, then you run the machine in that part of the store. And then you go put the machine to charge. And while it's charging, you do the next part of the store. And so you section the store into 3 sections. And that way the machine is charging while you're working, but you're not just standing still waiting for the machine to charge. So that's kind of how we have to do it until my brother gets, you know, stuff going. So this guy's been complaining since day one that this is how it has to be done. So, you know, we've had issues with the machine for like about a year now. But it was still manageable. But it's gotten to the point now where it's no longer manageable. But up until now, my brother has never done anything as far as like anything above and beyond to help the work get done. If something major happens, he comes and fixes it, but he's never done anything above and beyond. Well, this guy complained so much that my brother canceled working with me yesterday. I went out on my own because my brother was spending all afternoon driving to multiple cities to swap out machines so he could bring a better machine to the guy that's complaining here. He never did that for me, and I'm his brother. And I'm not saying he didn't do it to me, he's a jerk. I mean, like, he didn't do that for me, who's his family, and he did it for this guy. So my brother brings it to him and says, okay, look, this machine also has problems, but the battery is going to last through the whole shift, so you're good on there. The issue is that sometimes it will shut down because it overheats. The sensor is too sensitive. And so you just turn it off for 2 minutes, then turn it back on, and it's good to go. Also, the water tank leaks a little bit, so only fill it up when you're going to use it, and then empty it when you're done. So that way it doesn't make a huge puddle while you're working, and then you come back here and there's a giant puddle for you to clean up. The guy's response, no, I'm not going to use this machine. Get me a new machine. Are you kidding me? My brother spent all day driving back and forth to multiple locations to switch a bunch of machines around so you could get the better machine. And you're complaining that it's not a brand new machine. It's better than the one you've been using. I've been using the really broken one. Like, the pads fall off that machine. You needed to charge it 3 times per shift. The squeegee doesn't pick up very well on that machine. And it had 2 other issues. One of them being they've got like this caster wheel in the back that helps it move around. The caster wheel jammed. And so it was helping drain the battery more because of all the extra friction. So that was broken on it. And then there was, what was the other thing? There was another issue with it. I can't remember what it was. But like, I worked with that machine for a year, and you got the nicer machine that all it does is leak a little bit. And if it overheats, just shut it off for 2 minutes, turn it back on, and you're good to go. And that wasn't good enough for this guy. So this is the guy that I mentioned in my last story, TLDR, that I was supposed to give him. I was supposed to leave my keys in my mailbox for him to pick up at 4 in the morning. And at 1:15, he was calling me complaining that they weren't in the mailbox when I had said that at 4 in the morning was going to be there. He was also supposed to help me at one of the locations when my brother was on vacation. And when I called to confirm, he blamed me and said I should have told him ahead of time. But he knew a week ahead of time. He just forgot, but he blamed me for it. Like, this is how useless this guy is. So all this has now culminated in my brother firing him. And so now the downside is I've got to now take over his shifts, which really sucks because the one place he was taking care of is insanely heavy work. And now I have to do that place on my own, plus the other locations that I've been doing. I have to do them now on my own. I was doing them with my brother. Now I have to do them on my own. So it's going to be an insanely huge workload that I'm going to take over now. But I'm going to be in a lot earlier because with my brother, I've been starting closer to 1 in the morning. Now I'll be starting closer to 10:30 in the morning, in the evening. So much earlier time. But it's still going to be physically a lot more demanding. I was getting so happy because, like, I'm wearing rings again because my hands weren't as swollen and they weren't locking up as much as they used to. That's coming right back, which really sucks. But there's nothing I can do about it. This guy was an idiot from the start, and he's still an idiot. You know, my brother went and bent over backwards for this guy to try to help him with everything, and he still wasn't happy. He wanted a brand new machine. And just for context for everybody to know, these machines, the one I use in the one store cost about $20,000. The one that we're using at this store that he's complaining about costs about $10,000. You can't just walk into a store and just buy one. It's not like buying a broom where you could just like come up with like $50 and buy yourself a nice broom with a few different heads or whatever. Like it's a big ass expensive machine, $10,000 to pay for it. You can't just come up with that money. And this guy's just expecting my brother to just walk in with a $10,000 machine just because he complained a little bit. Like it's nuts. It's nuts. The best part is he is like indebted to his neck. Like he has so much debt. He is desperate for work. And when he finally gets work that pays far above minimum wage, all he did was complain. Like, he's an idiot. My brother is really easygoing. The work is physically intensive, but my brother's super easygoing. My brother's super chill. And my brother, like, to the point where he doesn't care what time you start work. As long as you're done before the store opens, he doesn't care what time you start, right? So, like, if this guy wants to start right at 10 o'clock when the store closes, he can go and start at 10 o'clock. If he wants to start at 3 o'clock in the morning, he can go and start at 3 o'clock in the morning. My brother doesn't care. You know, if you need a day off, you call him a couple of days ahead of time and you're like, hey, I need this day off. He'll just cover you. It's fine. My brother's super easygoing, and this guy was so demanding, and he's so indebted. Like, dude, you gotta understand, you've got zero education. You don't speak the language. You just got here 4 years ago. You've got a huge amount of debt. You're not in a position to be making such obscene demands as for your boss to go and buy a $10,000 machine when there's a perfectly good machine right there. Like, I could understand him making a demand if there was no machine at all, but he switched out the machine for a better one, and you're still complaining. Like, completely nuts. Completely nuts. Hello, Preston. How you doing? Welcome. How are you, Xbox Master? Nice to see you. Yeah, my brother snapped at him last night. Like, he yelled at him and everything. My brother's always really chilled out, but he yelled at him yesterday. And then the guy responded with, hey, like, you don't need to yell at me. My brother's like, yes, I do. He's like, you've complained since day one. Since day one, you've been complaining. Like, to the point when he first hired my brother told him, you get paid X amount for doing this job. We don't get paid. Like, my brother splits it up per hour, and each contract has a set amount of hours that it's expected to take. But if you're quicker than that, you can make technically more money per hour. If you're slower than that, you're going to make less money per hour. But my brother even says, if it's too much work for you, you can bring somebody in with you. You'll just have to split the money. I'm going to give you a set fee, and you just split the money with them, and there you go, because you'll be done quicker. The guy said it was too much work. Alana did that place for like a year by herself. I've been doing that place on and off for a year by myself. And it's fine. Like, it's heavy work, but it's not horrible. Like, I can do the whole place on a really bad night in about 3 hours, which is what we get in the contract, is 3 hours worth. So it's perfect. On a really good night, I can get it done in an hour and a half. And so, it's feasible work. So he felt it was too much. So he had called somebody to come work with him, and he wanted my brother to pay them exactly what he was paying the guy. So I'm going to make up a number. This isn't what he pays, but let's say it was like $100 a week for this place. He wanted my brother to give an extra $100 a week so he could hire another person to help him. That's not how it works, dude. It's $100 a week for the job. If you want to hire somebody else, then you get $50 a week and they get $50 a week. It's not $100 per person. It's $100 per job. And so, like, he was just so demanding from day one, complaining about everything, like that it was too much work. And I said this last time, where he was complaining that it was too much detail work. But the thing is, like, if you have to do A, B, and C, there's no reason to do EFG. Like, EFG is not our job. He would do EFG and then complain that ABC was too much. But, like, dude, ABC is our job, not EFG. So why are you doing EFG? If you don't do EFG, ABC is not too much work. It's too much work because you're doing all the extra stuff you're not supposed to. Like, just, the dude is an idiot. The dude's a complete idiot. I'm more upset now because he's now messed with my schedule. He's messed with the way that I was doing things, and he's messed with, not to get, like, I don't want to get into, like, mental health or anything too much. Obviously it's important, but I don't want to turn this into that. But, like, I spend all day by myself, like, all day long. And so one of the benefits I had is I was working with my brother. So at least nighttime I was with somebody, but now I'm going to be back to working by myself. So I'm literally going to be all alone all day and all alone all night. Like, 24 hours a day, I'm going to be absolutely alone because this jackass couldn't do the bare minimum. It's so frustrating. Like, I'm more mad because of that. I don't mind doing the extra work, whatever. The benefit is I'm going to start streaming way earlier. But, like, dude, you're so unable to even, like, critically think. And everybody else is at fault, not you. That's his perspective. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And this isn't, before you even jump into any conclusions, this isn't like a 19-year-old kid, a 20-year-old. This guy's like 45. This is a grown-ass man. Like, this is a grown-ass man with kids and 2 ex-wives. He's a grown-ass adult. And he just can't handle it. Like, I get it, man. I've seen a lot of footage about this, and I kind of lean towards the same thing. Like, Canada's not the American dream country. A lot of immigrants are convinced that that's what it is here, and it really isn't. Especially now, like, if you come here as an immigrant, you might have had a better life back home than you would here. Because you're going to kill yourself working here. You're never going to own anything. At least back home, you could still own stuff, even though you'll be super poor. But he's here now. He's got to work. And if he's not willing to do the work, then what do you expect? Right? And you come in as an immigrant. I'm an immigrant, so don't think I'm, like, being elitist, like, oh, you don't belong here. What I mean is, like, my parents came with nothing, and they understood they were coming with nothing. And they understood they were going to have to, like, bust their butts to get up there. This guy's come with nothing, but he thinks he deserves everything as if he has everything. Like, if he's got all the training, if he's got all the education and all, like, the language skills and everything. But, like, dude, you can't even speak the bare essential English. So finding a job that doesn't pay minimum wage, that doesn't have any kind of extra, like, hoops to jump through for extra training that you need, you pretty much scored big, and you're complaining about it. Like, that's nuts. Like, that's nuts. Sorry, I had to rant about it because it was just so infuriating, but I'm glad that he's gone. Because the dude was an idiot. Like, the dude was a complete idiot. You can FaceTime to me, not alone. The Darkest Fog, hello, nice to see you. You go back on Tuesday, nice. Yeah, my brother's is pretty cool. You know, like it's nice. There's obviously issues, right? And it gets worse because we're family. So there's a little bit of like, you know, I'll be more blunt with him because he's my brother than another employee would be. He would also expect a lot more from me than from another employee because I'm his brother and I should be able to bend over for him. You know, so there's a little bit of that extra tension that wouldn't be if I didn't work for my brother, because I could just tell them to F off if they were, you know, asking for too much. Whereas if my brother asked for too much, it's more like, well, he's my brother, I'm going to do it. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm saying like he takes advantage. I'm just saying that's one of the things that like makes it harder to work for a family. But yeah, my brother's super chill. Like super chill. I never call in sick. You know, it's very rare that I'll call in sick. If I really hurt myself, I'll call in sick. Or if I'm like deathly ill, I'll call in sick. But I almost never, ever ask my brother for time off. I work by myself, right? So if I'm really sick, unless it's because I physically can't do it, I don't mind going in because I'm not going to make anybody else sick. I'm by myself. And so he knows he can rely on me for pretty much anything. Right? I'm not going to go and like, I'll complain about certain things. Like I don't like driving long distances for work. I don't want to do anything extra. Like one of the things that he and I are very different on is like, he's willing to do more if it's going to bring him in more money. Whereas I'm like, I just want to make enough to survive and have a little bit of extra cash. And that's all I want to do. I don't want to make more money. I'm happy with where I am type of thing. Right. And so like we differentiate there, but he knows that he can count on me if he ever needs me. But he's super chill. You know, if like I've mentioned before, like to him, I've mentioned before, like I'd like to go on vacation and stuff. He's like, just tell me when, and you can just go for a week. The only reason I don't is because if I don't work, I don't get paid. Because it is contract work. It's subcontracting, right? So like it's not like a regular job where you have paid vacation and stuff. Technically, I am self-employed, and so if I don't work, I don't get paid, and I can't afford that. So I just don't take time off. But like he's super chill about stuff. If there's a problem, you know, like let's say one of the machines acts up and I can't use it for the night, he'll just be like, okay, you know what, I'll let the boss know, just do these minimum things and then don't worry about it. Like he's a super chill dude to work for. The work is not for everybody because the work can really suck physically. Like I have tennis elbow issues because of the work. I have major hip issues. Like right now I'm in a lot of pain sitting in this chair. But that's the work. It's not the job itself. So it's chill, you know. I have no stress working for my brother. The biggest stress I have working for my brother is that I'm by myself all night long. And sometimes it's really scary. Sometimes I'm walking around the store in the middle of the night. It's like 3 a.m. and the lights are on auto sensors, so they eventually shut down like way in the middle of the night. And I'll be working, all of a sudden all the lights turn off, and then I start hearing weird noises. I wear noise canceling headphones, but you know, like the freezers will make noise, or like something will like shift in the back and it sounds like somebody's there, or like the radio's going and it'll talk. And I've got Sony headphones, and the Sony noise canceling allows voices to come through. Just because like if you're wearing noise canceling and you happen to be on the street and somebody yells because you're going to get hit by a car or whatever, they want you to be able to hear at least that. And so like I'll be walking and all of a sudden a commercial will play on the radio and it sounds like somebody, and I'll take my headphones off, but then the music starts so I don't hear the commercial. And so to me it sounds like somebody who's like, hey, are you there? And it freaks me right out. So sometimes it's scary. That's the most stressful part of my job. That is scary, being all by myself. Ghostesses. Hello, Dreadis. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing really well. Nikki, I hope you're doing really well. Hope life is going well. Merle, how are things? Venom, that's not good. That's not good that you're not in a good mood. That really sucks. Hopefully I can cheer you up. Hopefully my ranting and raving helped you a little bit. I am definitely feeling tired this morning, so excuse the bags under my eyes. It mostly because although I went to bed earlier yesterday, I still didn't get to sleep till almost 7 in the morning just because I'm still on that schedule. But in the next couple of days, I should fall back in line. So I'm streaming today, I'm streaming tomorrow, and then I'm back on Monday. I am going to be... I don't think I'm going to cancel Tuesday, but it's going to be a very, very short stream Tuesday because I have to go to the doctors to renew my prescriptions. And I was going to do it over the phone so that way I could just get it done and over with and not have to drive all the way out there. But if I waited for a phone call, he wasn't available until Thursday, and I only have enough medication to get me to Tuesday. So at least if I see him on Tuesday, I can pick up my meds and then have meds again for Wednesday. But I can't go Tuesday and Wednesday without meds. By Thursday, I'll be a complete mess without them. So I have to see him Tuesday. But But yeah, so I'm probably gonna make it a short stream on Tuesday, but I should still be live. And I'll probably be starting around the time that I started today from now on. And that's pretty much it. Pretty a mixed bag news, because if this guy wouldn't have gotten fired, I still would have been working pretty late into the night, which would have made it really hard for me to switch my sleep schedule around. But now that he's fired, I can get up earlier, even though it is a lot more work. At least I'll be able to get up earlier so I can start my stream earlier. I'm also going to have more chance to see the sunlight. And when the stream is done, I can still go out and do something as far as like doing groceries and all that. Whereas right now, I'm kind of, before I was kind of limited because I would start my stream an hour after I got up, but the stream wouldn't finish till like 10, 11 o'clock at night. And so I was streaming and everything was closed when I was done, so I couldn't go out and like do groceries or whatever. Whereas now, if I'm starting at like 1:30 and I stream even for 6 hours, it's still only 7:30. I can still go to the grocery store. I could still go places and get things that I need. So it is a little bit beneficial. But yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting, you know? 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. At the very end. That always happens, Nikki. That always happens. But yeah, it's weird when you haven't seen the sun for a while. Like I would see the sun. I'd get up in the morning. I'd get up at 3, 4 o'clock, and the sun would be out. I'd have my shower and I'd get like my breakfast or whatever I would eat, and so I would see the sun, but I wouldn't actually go outside in the sun. And then I would stream. And on a lot of the nights last week, I was finishing closer to like 8:30. And I'm in Canada, it's summertime, the sun is just setting at around 8:30, so it was dim. There was still sunlight, but it was dim, and then it was in darkness for the rest of the evening, which kind of sucks. But now, if I'm done at like 6, winter's coming, it's gonna be dark by then, but at least I know that I'll be able to see some sunlight come summertime, which will be great. It's sunlight's important. Sunlight's really important. So I'm very excited about that. Although I'm not excited about the extra work, especially the one location. It is so rough. But at least I know that I'll be done early. My brother is going to be hiring somebody new, not to put me back into the old shift, but to fill in certain areas to just ease up my load a little bit. The plan being, because right now, 3 days a week, I'm going to be doing 3 locations. The problem is that the 2 locations that I do, they take me from 10 a.m. to about 4:30 in the morning. And so the 3rd location is now, or 10 p.m. to 4:30 in the morning. The 3rd location would then take me to about 8 in the morning, which is a 10-hour shift, but that's 10 hours without a break. And it's like highly intensive work for the full 10 hours. And so it would be a lot to handle, and then come home and then stream and stuff. It's a lot to handle. So he's going to see if he can get somebody for at least those 3 days that I would be doing all 3 to have them cover one of them, so I still can stick with just 2, to make it a little bit more feasible for me. But for the time being, until he finds somebody, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be rough. It's going to be pretty rough, but that's life, that happens. I'm going to be playing some more of The Forest. I keep saying only because it just happens to fall this way, because my sleep schedule is a mess right now. Like I said, I went to sleep at 7:30. I was up at noon, so that's about 5 hours, 4.5 hours that I slept. Not exactly the best night's sleep, so I'm not feeling super energetic. I'm awake. I'm not feeling like sleepy. I'm just physically, I'm tired, and my hip is just not in a good place right now. So I don't really want to stand up and do Resident Evil, so we're just gonna continue with The Forest, I think. And that's kind of for the time being, until I can kind of get settled again. We will go back to Resident Evil though. I'm really enjoying that game, and I really want to continue with it. I'm still messing with the idea of what I want to play on the channel. I really like Minecraft. I was talking to a fellow creator who also said that Minecraft is probably a good choice because it is more viewer friendly than something like The Forest. But there's the whole like having little kids fill the channel is not necessarily what I want. So I want to try to figure out a way that I can do it so it's not as super child friendly. Like I don't mind kids being at the channel, but I don't want the channel to be all kids. It's I just don't feel comfortable having a bunch of kids on my channel to begin with, but I also get really irritated really easily. And a couple of kids here and there is no big deal. There's always the kids that are just real chill and they're awesome. But the more kids you allow, like the more kids you attract, the more likely you're gonna have those really irritating little kids. You know, the ones that don't really understand how to wait their turn. You know, and I don't really want to deal with that. My patience is just non-existent, especially right now, and I don't want to end up like snapping at a little kid or being a jerk, because it's not fair to the little kid. They're not doing it because they're jerks. They're doing it just because they're kids. So I don't really want to attract a bunch of kids to my channel. So I'm still kind of messing with the idea of what I want to do, but I do like the idea of Minecraft. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, we still need just some years. Exactly. No, I'm not going to overwork myself. Don't worry. I'm not going to overwork myself. That's the big thing that my brother knows, is that I refuse to overwork myself. If I was the type of person that really, really wanted a lot of money, the work is there. Like, my brother is more than happy to have me take on more load. I don't want to overwork myself. I'm never going to be rich. And I'm okay with that because I don't care about being rich. You know, I'm single, right? Like, I don't have to worry about having to make enough to support other people. It's just me. So as long as I make enough for me, then I'm happy. And, you know, as long as I got a roof over my head and I can get my bills paid, I'm more than happy. So I'm working what I need. I'm happy with working what I need. And right now, it's just more, my schedule has been so rocky and I have a lot of personal stresses going on that sleeping, not exactly the most common thing in my life. Not that sleeping and like I'm not sleeping. It's just my sleep is really broken up right now because, like I was saying, I was working until 7 or 8 in the morning, so I've been getting up at like 3 or 4. But now I'm working a totally different shift, so I'm gonna be going to bed at like 3 or 4, and I'll be getting up at like 11. But last night I tried to like kind of start that schedule, but I didn't actually get to sleep until way later. I was laying in bed. I wasn't physically doing anything, but I couldn't fall asleep because my body was like, you've been awake for only a few hours. You shouldn't be sleeping right now. So it's going to be a few rough days while I kind of get my body accustomed to going back to working earlier. So I'm going to be tired inevitably, but it's because I'm just not going to be sleeping properly for a few days. Once I'm into that set schedule, it'll be way easier. It's just the next few days are going to be kind of rough. They're going to be kind of rough. Sorry, Twitch and YouTube. G is very upset that I'm talking. I guess they're too stupid to realize that a live stream is a live stream because there's a streamer. If they want to see gameplay, they could just go to YouTube. I guess smooth brains just can't figure that out. Sorry, bro. Edgelords are the most like embarrassing people, because they genuinely think that they're witty in their edgelord 12-year-old comedy. It's really cringy. It's really cringy. Like, the dumbest people are edgelords, because they don't have the wits to actually create comedy. Okay, sorry, I was just dealing with an edgelord moron, just blocking him and stuff. But yeah, so they were clearly upset that I was talking instead of playing Starfield. So they were obviously just being an edgelord. But like, imagine going to a live stream. It's like walking into a band live concert and then complaining because you're not able to fast forward the song. Like, people are stupid sometimes. I got zero patience today. So I'm more than happy to just block and ban people, all I need. But yeah, that's kind of where we are, you know? That's kind of where we are. Oh, nice, Nikki. That's awesome. I've heard that that's really like a good manga, however you pronounce it. I've heard that that's pretty good. I've heard that that's pretty well done and that the art is really good. Yeah, they are, Xbox. And honestly, some of these edgelords, it's not even that they're jerks. They they have like the lowest comedy threshold. Like everybody can laugh at a fart, but they're the ones that think like a fart is like the epitome of a joke. Do you know what I mean? Like they think that like just by adding a fart sound to something, it's all of a sudden like the most funny thing on the planet. Like they don't have any actual like social intelligence to be able to make a joke out of anything other than like crude humor. So edgelords are just trying to get the attention that they can't get in any other way because they can't. So I don't even think it's so much that they're jerks because they're jerks. It's just they have no other attributes to make people like them, so they have to be edgelords to like one up people because nobody else ever gives them attention. You know what I mean? It's sad in all reality. It's kind of embarrassing on their side, but you can't control, like if you're a loser and nobody likes you, you can't always control that. It's not always your fault if you're a complete loser. So it's not their fault that they're jerks, but they're still jerks nonetheless. You know what I mean? Oh man, that's amazing though, Nikki. That's a really nice gift. That's a really, really nice gift. I still have to read them. I have where are they? Right here. I got the first 2 editions of the Dragon Ball manga, and like for those who don't know, my favorite series of Dragon Ball is when Goku is a kid. Like child Goku to me is the epitome of the best Goku. Everybody loves Dragon Ball Z. Everybody loves Dragon Ball Super. I haven't seen Super, but I've watched all of Z multiple times. But the Kid Goku saga is like my favorite by far. I just love all of it. It does drag a little bit. It is very, very long-winded. Like when he's fighting, whatever they're called, the Team Red or whatever they're called. I don't know. I can't remember right now. I haven't watched it in a while. But when he's fighting them, like that series goes on for a really long time. It gets really good when he starts doing the tournaments. The tournament seasons, best of the Kid Goku ones, because you feel like there's a chance he's gonna lose. Whereas like in Z and stuff, you do feel like he's gonna lose because there's superpower, but it feels so much more down to earth when he's a child, that like a regular person could beat him up. Even though like he is super powerful for a kid, he could still get his butt kicked by an adult. Whereas like by Dragon Ball Z, like the only people that can kick his butt are like out of this world super crazy beings. So I love the Kid Goku saga. I love the Kid Goku saga. So much good. So much good. So good. So good. You've seen Dragon Ball Z? You haven't seen I haven't seen Super either. You're just where he's at the first tournament. Yeah, I love the tournament series. Like I said, the when he does the Red Army, you know, because after the first tournament is where he starts the Red Army. That drags on. Like you're gonna feel like, oh my god, this never ends. There are really good episodes within it, but there's a lot of episodes that are just very filler. Like it's just very, okay, we didn't need to see this episode. But I like them. I watch them all anyway because I like just the character building, right? Like you get to meet special characters that get called back later on, and like I like all that. But it's I don't know. I just like Kid Goku's personality. When adult Goku is kind of dopey, he comes off as dopey. Whereas when like Kid Goku does something dopey, he comes off as like a naive child. And so that makes him lovable, even though he's kind of dumb in the things he does. Whereas like when adult Goku does things that are kind of dumb, he just comes off as kind of dumb. Like he's lovable for being kind of dumb, but he's kind of dumb. It doesn't really show itself as being naive. You know, like they still kind of try to push the idea that he doesn't have any kind of sexual attraction toward women, but he has a kid. So like clearly there's something there. So he's not that dumb, but they still play him that way. So it's like that kind of stuff doesn't make sense. Whereas like when Kid Goku sees Bulma for the first time, and like there's a cut episode or a cut scene that exists in some versions and doesn't exist in others, where he's staying in Bulma's little capsule core house or whatever, and he comes downstairs because he can't sleep, and she's laying on the bed, and then like he lays down on her crotch and he's uncomfortable, and then he gets up and like smacks her in the crotch. And so like that's a pretty suggestive scene. but he's a kid and doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what he's doing, and she gets really upset with him. But like, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's not doing it in any kind of like a perverted way. He's literally a kid, and he's just like, man, she's uncomfortable. It's just like this naive, dumb kid. And I love that. I love like how he's completely oblivious to a bunch of stuff. It's great. It's so good. Yeah, and like he is a bit of a jerk because he's just straightforward, right? Like there's later on you're gonna meet one of the people that he runs into, and he's just like flat out like, well, you're not that strong. Like just no big deal, right? Because he's just like, he's being factual. It's like, well, you're not that big of a deal. Whereas like as an adult, he laughs while he says it, but it almost comes off like he's being condescending. Whereas when he's a kid, he's just like, well, you're not that strong. It's not a big deal. But then when he gets angry as Kid Goku, it's very like emotional because he's this child and he finally has something that he cares about and he gets very, very angry about it. And you're just like, you root for him. And I love that. I love the Kid Goku saga. I love it so much. Take a look at these diamonds. I don't really know what you're saying, Blink, but hello. But yeah, like, you know, I like the Kid Goku saga. That's my favorite. I mean, I'm not saying that like Dragon Ball Z is no good or like that it's bad. It's just out of at least Z and the Kid saga, I prefer the Kid saga, but I still love Z. I think Z is awesome, and I Dragon Ball has the kind of this not as extreme, but has the same kind of issue as One Piece, where there's like a billion episodes of One Piece. So there's been versions that like get rid of some of the filler episodes and versions that like are cut down so you can get way more out of the story in a much shorter amount of time. I prefer the full-blown Dragon Ball Z. I love watching every single episode, even the filler episodes, just because, again, character growth, right? Like you get to understand more about certain characters. So like there's a whole thing when they go to Planet Namek in Z, when Gohan and Bulma and Krillin, when Bulhan when Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin go to Planet Namek and they're on that ship in space, there's a couple of episodes where it's just like them in space. And there's the one episode where they go to what they think is Planet Namek, and then there's the episode where they run into another spaceship. Those ones get cut out in, I think it's Dragon Ball Z Kai. I think in Kai they got cut out. Maybe the Planet Namek one doesn't, but I know the spaceship one does. And the spaceship one doesn't really add anything to the overall story of what's happening in Dragon Ball Z, but it really gets you to see where Gohan is growing and where Gohan is starting to learn how to be a lot more responsible in what he's doing, and he's no longer that whiny kid, because Gohan is insufferable in the first season of Dragon Ball Z. And so that little cutaway helps you learn some stuff about these characters, and they cut it away and it's not important to the story, but you lose out on that extra bond that like Gohan and Krillin build, because when they're in Namek you see Krillin really bond with Gohan, but that starts on the ship. And when you cut all that stuff out, you kind of miss out. All of a sudden, like Krillin's like, yeah, I'll take care of him, don't worry. And then they're on Planet Namek and they're like best friends, and not like he's a little kid that he's taking care of, like they're friends. And you're just kind of like, how did that happen? Those episodes all say that. So I love watching the full-blown Dragon Ball Z because I like seeing all those little side episodes, and I think Dragon Ball Z is great. Or when you're fully bored. Yeah, Dragon Ball, like I said, it's not for everybody because it drags on, especially the first few seasons. They can really, really drag. But like there's one episode in particular. You'll get there eventually. It's when they go and they want to meet Mistress Baba, I think is what her name is, or like the old witch Baba. When they go meet her that season, there's an episode that made me cry, like full blown made me cry, because going back to Goku being a naive kid, there's that moment of just pure innocence in this one episode. I don't want to say anything about it, so I don't want to like hint at any way what happens, but there's this pure innocence in Goku that makes you cry because up until now he's been this tough warrior, and this one moment is where he finally lets down all of his guard and he's just this child, and you're just like, oh, even now it makes me feel like so heartbroken and heartwarming, and just like, I love it. It's such a great episode. One of my favorite of all time. But yeah, it's a good series. It's a really good series. Let's go. How you doing, Lakeep? You want me to talk about motion sickness in VR? I've mentioned it a few times, but I'll mention it again. VR motion sickness. I'm not gonna go too much into like science or anything. Don't worry. But the main reason that it's very, very different and why it's such a big deal. A lot of people think that VR motion sickness is the same as like seasick or car sickness, because that's also motion sickness, but it's actually the literal reflection of it. So the reason you get sick in your car or in a boat or whatever is because you're sitting in something that looks stationary, but your body is feeling motion. You have liquid in your ears, and that liquid is what tells you in what position your body's in. You can tell when you're laying down, when you're standing up. If something tilts, you can feel it because of your ears. When you're in something that is moving, your ears are sensing that vibration or that movement or whatever. And when you're like in a boat, and especially if you're below decks, everything is perfectly still, but then your ear is feeling like, whoa, I'm moving up and down. Why am I moving up and down if everything is still? So your body thinks that you're poisoned, and that's what makes you feel sick, because you're feeling motion, but you're not seeing it. Now in VR, it's the opposite. You're seeing motion, but you're not feeling it. And I guess our bodies, a part of it is we never experience it on a regular basis. It's not like riding in a car. You pretty much ride in a car from day one. Whether you have family that drives or not, but you get in cabs, you get in taxis, in buses and all that. So you are more accustomed to it, but with VR, it's very, very different because you're feeling the motion and your body expects certain sensations and you don't get it. So the motion sickness is far faster that way. It's also much harder to mitigate because you can fix car sickness by looking at the horizon, because you'll see the motion and you'll feel it and it'll make you feel a little bit better. But with VR, you can't fake the motion feeling. You can only see it. So it's really hard to deal with. So companies have found newer ways to work on it. I jumped into VR when the Rift S was like the top of the line. So it's been a few years now, but it wasn't the early adopters VR, but it was still early enough that it wasn't fully fixed. And at that point, people got very sick doing VR because it wasn't fully figured out how to make VR less nausea-inducing. And so at that point, they had figured out that you wanted about 90 frames a second to help reduce that nausea. But since the Rift Fs, they discovered that there's also image retention, which affects motion sickness. Now, this is all like the technical aspect. I'll talk a little bit more about like how to deal with it or whatever. But they've discovered that if you hold the image for too long on the screen, there's an inherent little bit of blur that comes with it, and that little bit of blur adds to the motion sickness. And so what they've discovered is that if you actually black out the screen in between the frames, you help the motion sickness even more. So if it's at 90 frames a second, but then for 1/120th of a second is all you show the image for, and then the rest is black, it helps reduce the motion sickness even more. That's why something like the Quest can do 72 frames a second and still be okay. When before we thought 90 was like the bare minimum that you needed. That's why. And so they've figured that out. And now motion sickness is a lot less of an issue. When I first started, it was something like I think it was like 40% of people, 35 to 40% of people who had motion sickness while in VR were never going to get used to it. It was always going to be there. And then it was like 30% were going to have motion sickness but get away from it, and the last like 15 or 20%, whatever it is, I'm not doing the math right now, we're going to be fine. Now it's more like 10% of people will never get used to it, and then a good chunk are going to feel sick at first and eventually get used to it, and then the rest are going to be fine. So it's gotten a lot better. It's still not perfect. So a few things that can help you with motion sickness is use a fan to help cool you down, because the heat adds to the motion sickness. Make sure you take plenty of breaks, drink a lot of water, and There are a couple of things, like there are settings you can turn on that'll help with motion sickness, like adding the shaders on the side that make things darker. It's like a vignetting that makes things darker on the edges when you move. That really helps. Some games actually include like a see-through cage that can go around you, so you have something still in front of you, so it helps your brain feel a little bit more at ease. Snap turning, instead of like smoothly turning, it just shows different angles, which is more like a blink, and that helps because you don't feel the motion, you just see in a new direction. And then something that almost nobody really mentions, but I found really helps, is instead of using the joystick to turn your real body. If you're actually like turning your body in physical space, then you're not just moving in space with your eyes and not feeling it in your body. Your body's actually moving, so it feels a little bit more natural. It helps reduce nausea. And yeah, if you don't own VR and you're kind of worried and you don't know if you're going to feel motion sickness or not, my suggestion, maybe go to like a VR cafe. There's plenty of them around. And go a few times, and each time try for a while. Like maybe the first time 20 minutes, but then try to get yourself up to like an hour's worth. If you can do an hour's worth and still be okay, then go for it. Get VR. If you can't even get past the 20 minutes, I wouldn't spend the $500-600 on a VR setup, because you're never going to get used to it. You're not going to like it. It's not worth it. Do I think it's worth it? Absolutely. VR is game changing. I think VR is amazing, but it's not for everybody, pretty much. But yeah, hopefully that helps. I know I went super technical and stuff. I just think it's really interesting how our minds work and how gaming has to contend with all these extra things for something that seems rather simple, right? That's the big problem that's happening with the PSVR 2 right now, is it's an OLED screen, and just because of the inherent way OLED works, Nintendo ended up, PlayStation ended up reducing the black frame that they show. And so the black frame that they show is only like 1/90th of a second, instead of, or like the frame that they show is only 1/90th of a second, and then the rest is black. And so that has all of a sudden added a lot more nausea to people. And so there's been suggestions, like if you turn your brightness down, it actually ups that black screen for longer. And then if you turn the brightness all the way down to nothing, it doesn't actually go black in your eyes. It just dims it a lot, so the HDR is not as good. But now all of a sudden you're at 120th of a second, which then almost gets rid of all that nausea that the PSVR is showing, but then you lose the HDR. So it's kind of like a balancing act, which is really interesting. There is talks that they think that it can be fixed through software. It's just whether or not Sony's going to do it. And right now there's not a lot of adopters, so there's not really an incentive for Sony to do it, which kind of sucks, because if there's reports of nausea, then nobody's going to want it, which means there's even less of an incentive for them to do it. And frustrating. But I think VR is awesome. I think VR is amazing. Okay, I guess we'll get started. I've chatted a bunch now. I don't even know how long we've been live for. We've been live for almost an hour. That's perfect. And we'll get started. Of course it's not showing. Oh, I'm feeling kind of tired. All of a sudden, it just hit me. Isn't it showing? Hello? Okay, it's there now. Screen projection. I'm showing it over there, but it's not. Maybe it's my capture card again. There it is. Always my capture card. Always. It can cause seizures the way that any other video game can cause seizures. The blinking and the bright lights and stuff can. But VR inherently wouldn't cause the seizure. It would just be the bright lights. And because VR blacks out everything around you, the bright lights are more likely to do it. Like if you're prone to seizures from blinking lights, obviously any blinking light is bad, but if you're in a dark room, it gets even worse, because then the reflection of the bright lights in the room flash brighter in your eyes, so it can make it worse. So that's what happens in VR, is those bright lights that would be flashing in a regular game that you might be able to handle in a bright room are now concealed in a very dark room, and the blinking light is right in your eyes, so it could cause a seizure. So it's worse than what it would be on flat screen gaming, but it's because of the blinking lights, not because of the VR, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? What's going on, Sprite Cranberry? How you doing? Sprite Cranberry is yummy. I don't like cranberry, but Sprite Cranberry is yummy. But yeah, it's kind of a... That would be the same kind of issue you would have, like going to the movies. You know, even watching tablets in bed. Like, all of those things could cause you seizures depending on the circumstances that you're in. That's also one of the reasons that there's a lot of AR push. Because, one, people don't... I'm always, like, off-center on my camera. Give me a second here. People are pushing AR because a part of it is people don't want to be disconnected from the world around them, right? Like, they don't want to put on a headset and be in their own little world necessarily. They want to be able to interact with the world around them. So AR is nice because you can see through your headset and see the world around you. And for those people who are prone to seizures, this wouldn't be a large group. It would be a very small group that would have this ability. But those people who are prone to seizures would at least have the ability through AR to allow more light in, so it would reduce that a little bit. But yeah, VR is not necessarily great for those people, but they would know that, and they wouldn't really be interested in doing it anyway. So it wouldn't be a huge issue. Do you know what I mean? It's not that I'm very smart when it comes to gaming. I just spend a lot of time researching something I'm interested in, and I really like VR. And I spent hours and hours and hours researching VR because before I ever purchase something, I like to learn as much as I can about it. And then that way I know that the purchase I'm making... That way I'm sure that when I'm making a stupid purchase, I know that it's stupid and that's okay. Or I know that what I'm going to buy is something that I'm definitely going to be happy with. And I'm not always happy because I tend to be cheap, and sometimes I buy stuff that I should have just spent the money from the beginning instead of buying the cheap thing twice. But yeah, that's the only reason. You know, I've always loved VR. I got into VR back when I was really young. Like, I think the first time I experienced VR, I must have been like 13 or 14. I was at an amusement park, and they had this little booth where they had a VR headset for Duke Nukem 3D. And so, like, I'm 37 now. So we're talking 24 years ago I did this. And it was like this huge booth that you had to stand in, and you put this big headset on. Like, it was gigantic. Like, it went in front of my face by like 15-20 centimeters, or like 7 inches roughly. And it was really heavy. And I remember they gave me a joystick to use, and you would hold the joystick and you would move it around. But by the end, I was looking straight up because that was the only way I could look straight in the game, because the sensors were just so bad. And it wasn't even 3D. It was flat. It was just that your head could move around and you could move your head within the game that way. And ever since then, I was obsessed with VR. So when VR became something that was usable at home, you bet your butt that I started doing a bunch of research and like seeing all the different videos. I considered trying to get myself one of those DK1 Oculus headsets, like the developer kit ones, just to have VR. I did a ton of research. So the more oh, that is scary, and I don't even see him. The more VR stuff that comes out, the more research I do. And like lately, I did a bunch of research on the PSVR 2 because I bought the PSVR 2. So that's the only reason I know about it. I'm not actually like super smart about stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I have no clue about. But the things that I do research, I research quite deeply. Just because I obsess. This looks like Dying Light. I mean, yeah, I can see it. I can definitely see it. But yeah, this is a survival game. This is the forest. It's not zombies. It's actually cannibals. And you crashed in an airplane, and you're looking for your son. Like that's pretty much the point of the game. And I have been on this island now. I've been on this island now. Where's the thing? Where's the thing that tells me? For 26 days. We've been here for a month. I have yet to find my son. Okay, so I don't really know what I was planning to do to find a way into the sinkhole. We have to find the hanging cave. I don't remember which one the hanging cave is, though. That's the problem. Oh! I thought something came up behind me. That scared me. Ooh. Okay. I'm in somewhat safety. Map. I hate that he doesn't label what the caves are called. Like, which one's the hanging cave? Why don't you show me? Why don't you write down hanging cave? We have to get into the sinkhole. I have climbing equipment. Wait. I think I was exploring that one area and then no, we got out the other end, didn't we? I think we got out the other end of the one climbing area. I think we did. I don't know. Let's see if I can sleep. If I can sleep, then we'll wait till the morning and then I'll go back in those caves and see if we can find whatever it is I need to find in the hanging cave, because I still need to climb down that sinkhole and I can't right now with the stuff I have. There we go. Just in time. Okay, a couple of lizards. And then eat one. Drink some water. Do I have... Is this full? No, it's not. Let's fill it up. It's full now, right? Yep. Okay, so we got food, we got water, we have armor. I think we can head back down to the caves. Let's see if we find anything we need. My eyes are stinging. I just thought of it. I was having the most, like, severe sneezing attack, allergy sneezing attack, right before the stream. Like, I started the stream, I went live, and then I walked over to the other room. Oh, it's so dark. I can't see. I started the stream, and then I went to the other room because I wanted to grab my water, and then I started sneezing. And I couldn't stop sneezing the whole time. I was like, oh no, I'm going to spend the whole stream just sneezing. I'm going to get all boogery and gross. But then I stopped, out of nowhere. Thank goodness. It's the worst when you're sneezing like crazy. Oh, wait. This wasn't what I meant to do. There was a hole, or not a hole, there was like a pile of rocks up on the mainland that was visible. That I needed, sorry, I was thinking about if you can see anything. It's kind of dark. It's really dark. There was a hole in the mainland that would have let me use dynamite so I can open it up. But let's just keep exploring the cave. I'm already down here. I'm not going to keep... Nope, that's the wrong way. Let's do this one and then color correction. I wish there was like an exposure button. Gamma, no, that makes it darker. That makes it brighter. Does that help a little bit? Whoa, that's too bright. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit more visible. It looks the same for me on screen, but yeah, you guys can see now. That's perfect. That's better. It's a little bit overexposed, but at least you can see. Oh, and I wanted to check out the boat. There was a few things I wanted to do. Oh, well. Wow, it is so hard to see the darkness. Dead cave. Be something cave. I'm going. Oh, that's the worst, Weewin. That's the worst. Hello, Thomas. How you doing? Welcome. How are you today? I hate when that happens. Oh, my new modem is here. My new modem is here today. That's what I need to do. I have the original Dragon Ball put on a USB stick, but TVs can never read my USB sticks properly. They always like lag, or they just won't read the file format. It's so annoying. Where am I going? Yeah, I'm going this way. Oh, I need to find the rebreather. It wasn't on the boat, was it? Like I went on that boat. I feel like it would be on the boat, but I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, I also have a torch. Upgraded stick? I have a stick that's upgraded, everybody. It's not just a regular stick. It's an upgraded stick. Heck yeah, don't mess with me, or my upgraded stick will be put right up your butt. I'll hit you with my stick. I thought I made a torch. I guess it stopped working. I don't know. Let's make a new one. Nope. How do I make a torch? A repair tool? I thought I could make a torch. I guess not. I thought I saw making a torch, but... Huh. I guess I was wrong. From Argentina. Sos argentino. Yo soy de El Salvador. Hablo español, pero no practico mucho porque como ya no vivo en la casa y pues sí, yo crecí aquí en Canadá, solo hablo en inglés. Entonces hablo español, pero y lo entiendo bien, pero no practico suficiente. Entonces me vas a tener que perdonar si hablo un poquito raro a veces. Y yo traduciendo. Como solo hablo inglés, la gente no sabe que hablo español. Y como casi nadie viene que es latino ni nada, entonces nunca hablo español. We would. Hit me with your rhythm stick. That's what I went with. That's the rhythm I heard. Okay. So I don't know where I'm going. Wait, this is the exit. This is one of the exits. I already took this exit, didn't I? I can't remember. Blame H. Sí, si hablas en español, te contesto en español. Si hablas en inglés, te hablo en inglés. A mí me sale igual. Okay. This leads right to the exit, right? I think it does. Yeah, this leads right to the exit, which is not what we want to do. Sí, conoces este juego. Yo no sé nada del juego. Tengo unos días de estarlo jugando, pero no sé lo que estoy haciendo. Okay, so if that was that exit, where's this? Oh, this is where I came from. No, but that... Yeah, this is where I came from, right? This leads right to that water I just swam through. Está bien, está bien. Lo que sí que a veces me cuesta porque hay palabras que sé cómo se dicen en inglés, pero no sé exactamente cómo decirlos en español. O también me pasa en inglés que hay palabras que conozco en español y no sé cómo decirlos en inglés. Okay. This is the way that I went. This obviously leads nowhere. Although I bet you down here there's like a way underwater. Oh no, I'm cold and wet. I'm gonna die. I swear I thought I built a torch. Was I dreaming when I thought I built a torch? What does that build? What does that build? Okay, I did build a torch. See? I knew it. No. No, no la tengo todavía. Hasta ahorita casi no he hecho nada. Me he metido en estas cuevas a ver, pero no he encontrado mucho. Encontré esta cosa y la espada esta y para poder subir las paredes esas grandes. No sé cómo se dice en español, pero solo eso. Fuera de eso no he encontrado nada importante. Más que todo he solo estado armando donde voy a vivir, buscando comida. Bueno, no me digas nada ahorita, solo porque me gusta explorar. Si me pierdo del todo, ahí te pido ayuda. My Spanish is spot on. I have a little, like I have an accent. I didn't have an accent at all for most of my life. The only reason that I have an accent now is because I don't live at home. You know, I was living with Alana for the last 8 years, and they were Canadian. They didn't speak any Spanish, so I only spoke English at home. And I don't really have any Latino friends, so I don't speak Spanish ever. I would speak Spanish when I saw my parents, but like I would go weeks without seeing my parents, so it would be weeks that I wouldn't even say a single word in Spanish. So I've kind of fallen out of practice now, which kind of sucks. But I can still fully understand it without any problem. And even my speaking, I can still speak fine. It's just I have to slow it down a little bit because I get more tongue-tied. Just because I'm out of practice, basically. Is the love language. La única mala que me hace. But yeah, I grew up speaking Spanish. My first language was Spanish. And at home we only spoke Spanish. I never spoke any other language. So I'm used to speaking Spanish. I just, like I said, I don't practice. So I've gotten more, I get more tongue-tied. I stutter more. There are words that I know the word. I just can't remember the exact way to use the, not to use the word, but like, how can I say it in English that would make sense as a good example? Like, instead of saying I'm hungry, I will say I'm hunger because I don't remember which one of the two to use sometimes. But it's not necessarily simple words like that. It'll be more words that are a little bit less often used. And so those ones I'll kind of screw up just because I don't practice it anymore, right? Like, it's as simple as that. It's just practice. A mí no me gusta usar esas cosas que traduzcan porque no siempre no lo dicen correctamente y cuesta a veces entender lo que te quiere decir. O lo dice al revés y quiere significa algo diferente. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where to go. I keep going to the exact same areas over and over and over again. Over and over again. But I think this is where that wall was, right? I think this is where that wall was that I was talking about earlier. Free food, heck yes. All right. Up we go. I don't remember where it was, but it's here somewhere. No sé. No sé, yo solo estoy entrando a cualquier... estoy en esta cueva, no sé. No sé cómo se llama. Ty, hello, how are you? Yeah, only this time though. Only this time. Don't worry. I'll eventually be on the wrong scene again. Don't you worry. How's it going, man? How are things? I was mentioning this earlier. I'll recap real quick just because it's important you know. My brother had to fire the other guy at work, and so I am now back to my old schedule. My workload has gone up, but I will be going into work at 10 instead of 1 in the morning, which means I will be home at around 4:30 instead of being home at like 7:30. So I'll be able to start my stream slightly earlier again. And then we'll go from there, see what happens, basically. A katana es... Esa palabra no la conozco, es esta cosa. Esto. The katana, esta cosa. I know, right? It's shocking, isn't it? It's so shocking. The funny thing is, it wasn't even because he couldn't do the job. It wasn't because his skills were lacking or like he was incapable. It was because he was a very, very demanding jerk. He was... es eso. Okay, okay. Okay, te entiendo. Oh, it comes off. Okay, I didn't know that. So he, my brother, we have a machine at the place he was taking care of, and the machine has some issues. You know, the machine needs some work. Like the battery was no good, and it needed replacing. But the dude was not happy with the fact that he had to kind of do a workaround to get the batteries to work, and the workaround was just instead of doing. Traditionally, you would like sweep the whole store, and then when you're done sweeping the store, you run the machine. He wasn't happy with like the sweeping in sections, running the machine in sections, and then charging while you're sweeping the next section. He didn't like that. So my brother went out of his way last night and drove to multiple locations to move machines around so he could give him the better machine out of all the machines. And then he gets there and tells the guy, you know, there's definitely issues with this machine too, because it's older. But they're really minimal. Sometimes it'll set off the sensor that it's overheating. All you have to do is turn it off for 2 minutes so it resets the sensor and then go again. The sensor's just too sensitive. That's all it is. And it leaks from the water tank. So don't fill it until you're about to use it. So you don't end up with a giant puddle of water while you're out working and the machine's empty. So just fill it right before you use it. That's all you need to do. And he didn't like that. He told my brother no. He was going to continue doing it by hand, which is a health concern because he could hurt himself. And it also takes too much time. And the guy's biggest complaint is that the work takes too long. He's like, I'm going to keep doing it by hand. Just bring me a new machine. The machine's like 10 grand. My brother's not going to just buy him a new machine. So my brother lost it. He's like, forget it. So he let him finish the job yesterday. He's like, he's done. I'm going to fire him. He's like, I'm done. Because like I'm his brother and he didn't even do that for me. And I worked with that machine for a year. He didn't even do that for me, and he went through all that trouble for this guy. And instead of him being like, "Okay, thank you so much. That's gonna make my life a little bit easier. I'll deal with it until you can get the new batteries." No, he just got upset and said he wanted a brand new machine. So I was like, "I'm done." It's like he's being so demanding. The dude has zero education, zero training, and doesn't even speak the language. He's got a job that pays him far more than minimum wage, and he's making demands about how he's not gonna work unless he gets these specific demands met. Like he's an idiot. My brother was not happy, to say the least. Yeah. I should. I should. I should. Especially because, you know those videos that do, hey, Retro, how's it going? We talk to each other like that. We've got like these 2 separate filters that we use. And we talk to each other like that all the time, making like obscene demands or giving each other ridiculous suggestions that make 0 sense. I'm going to do that. I'm so going to do that. I hope he's not watching so it doesn't ruin it for him. No solo te... sino también mi cabeza, muchas palabras. Sí, cuesta cuando hablas diferentes lenguas y puedes hablar un poquito de una, a veces cuesta y uno se confunde un poquito. También, si alguien habla con acento diferente a lo que uno ha aprendido, cuesta también. La gente de Argentina, yo puedo entender los argentinos, pero sí hablan un poquito diferente, entonces me cuesta un poquito. Donde sí me cuesta es hablar con alguien que es dominicano, un cubano, los de Puerto Rico. Ellos me cuestan, no les entiendo el español mucho porque hablan bien rápido y no me acuerdo cuál de los 3. Ellos no siempre usan R, sino que a veces lo dicen como que es una L. Como decir, en vez de decir Puerto Rico, dicen Puerto Rico, pero cuando hablan bien rápido me cuesta. Eso sí no lo entiendo. Nunca he probado mate. Nunca he probado mate. Me dicen que es rico, pero nunca he probado. Complain when it runs out of water. Oh my god, yes. See, that's the kind of stuff we say. Oh man, I think I showed it on the one stream that I did where I told my brother, oh dang it, what did I say? I said something about it being a game. And then he responded by being like, actually, that's checkers and check and mate. Like, we talk with like the most ridiculous suggestions sometimes. That would be exactly it. Excuse me, this water ran out. But water is free and this shall always be full. But there's a perfect solution. Just buy yourself a waterfall. It's as simple as that. You're a thousandaire, you have lots of money. Es che boludo. es como las pupusas. Las pupusas son bien populares en El Salvador. Y todo el mundo le gusta la pupusa. Pero mate nunca... bueno. Porque estás hablando de mate la comida o la bebida, no me acuerdo qué es. Porque para nosotros, por lo menos el salvadoreño, la palabra mate es como decir... Oh, ni sé cómo... Mueca. No sé si esa palabra también es salvadoreña. Pero como hacer una cara o un movimiento raro. Esos mates. Así usamos la palabra nosotros. It was double jeopardy. Yeah, it was double jeopardy. That's double jeopardy. Actually, it's called checkers. And check and mate. Like, oh, we just do stupid stuff like that. Or like, there's this woman at work. She's really pretty. She's really, really nice. And, you know, I'm not going to be going to see her anymore. Like, she was at the last location we were working at in the mornings, and I'm not going to be doing that location anymore. And so I made a video with that character and that filter on. And I was like, I know what you're doing. Your plan is, you know that Ashley was falling in love with my sassy hair. So you don't want me to see her so she doesn't fall in love with my sassy hair anymore. And then his response was, I don't think you want Ashley to be falling in love with you. She'll follow you around all the time screaming Leon. You don't want to do that. She'll also make you fight El Gigante. Referencing Resident Evil 4. Like, it just comes out of left field. That's how we are all the time. We constantly, like, misinterpret everything the other one says. It's the best. I love it. It makes me freaking laugh way too much. Ask me an accountant question? I have no idea. Agua caliente. Sí. Entonces sí, es una bebida, ¿verdad? Sí, entonces yo nunca lo he probado. Pero en El Salvador nosotros usamos mate como hacer un movimiento raro o una cara fea. Más o menos así, no exactamente, pero algo similar. Es como, yo no sabía esto, pero es como la palabra esa babosada, esa volada. Yo no sabía que esa es una palabra salvadoreña. Yo uso esa palabra todo el tiempo. Es como decir cosa. Una cosa, esa cosa. Entonces, nosotros decimos esa volada. Y yo no sabía que eso era algo salvadoreño. At this point, I think I have a better choice understanding what you're saying than passing this test. Okay, so you had that one test that went better. Have you found that at least that has stayed? Like that you've been able to maintain that at least? Or was that like a fluke? Legum, hello. How are you? How are things? Okay, so that's gross. Oh, they're getting worse, everybody. They're getting worse. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Plata, parte de la plata. Un millón de un palo. Eso a mí me interesa que, aunque todos hablamos español y nos entendemos, todos tenemos nuestras propias palabras que usamos y nosotros la entendemos, pero todo el mundo no la entiende. Como para mí, en los colombianos, cuando ellos dicen coger, para ellos es recoger algo, agarrar algo. Pero para el salvadoreño, coger es coger. Entonces, cuando hablo con un colombiano y me dicen, tenés que coger esa cosa, para mí se oye mucho más sucio. I'm better in Norwegian than Spanish. You know that if you choose B on a test, all the answers, your chance to pass is higher than any. Is it B or is it C? I thought it was C. Maybe it is B. But yeah, there is one that's supposed to be much more likely that you're going to pass. In Canada, it's always C. Okay, so it is C. C, chicken out. Okay, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm friggin' going, man. Am I remembering wrong? That's why it never worked. Because you always remembered wrong. Okay. Drink the water, dude. There's water right there. There we go. I passed cum laude. I probably would have too, had I not dropped out of school. I'm a college graduate and a college dropout. Man, getting the best of both worlds. All right, how do I make the warming suit? So I need 6 deer hides. I've only got 1. I've only got 1. That's a lot of deer hides I need to collect. And 4 boar ones? No. If I go into the snowy area with a torch, let's go look for the boat. Let's look for the boat. I should have put a signal down by the boat. Let's look for the boat to see if I can get more batteries and to see if I can maybe find the rebreather around the water somewhere. And then in the process, we'll try to hunt some more deer and hunt some boar, even though it's really dangerous. And then we'll see if we can make a snowsuit so I can go down there and get myself warmed up and deal with that area, see what's out there. By your teachers? Okay, so in Canada, it's C. In Canada, it's C. I can't eat peppers raw. I don't like them. They're bitter. I like them cooked. I will put peppers in pretty much everything. I love them cooked. My favorite is to take some onion, some pepper of any color pepper, like red, orange, or green bell peppers, and then some mushroom. Put a nice amount of butter. Put all 3 in at like a medium heat with some salt and pepper, maybe some like Italian seasoning, or do like oregano, and then just let it cook slowly with a lid on so the steam gets held in. And just do that for like 15, 20 minutes. It all softens up. It gets soggy. So if you don't like soggy veggies, you're not going to like it. But it gets nice and soft. And then it's delicious. Like you eat it after like 15, 20 minutes of it just cooking that way. And then you eat it. It's so good. And you put it on a nice hamburger or on a nice sandwich. And oh, delicious. No, Merle, don't go. Call in sick. Here, use this voice recording. Hello. This is Merle's family doctor. I'm speaking to you in English because I am so smart and know a lot of languages, and my English is perfect. Although don't ask me to speak in Dutch, right? It's Dutch. Don't ask me to speak in Dutch because I have sworn an oath of Dutch silence. Merle is very sick today and cannot go to work, but you still have to pay her. Thank you. If you have any follow-up questions, please feel free to call. Except my cell phone battery is dead, so don't call. Thank you. Goodbye. There. See, it's totally believable. I went to McDonald's at lunch. There was a guy in front of me arguing with the guy at the window. Oh my God. People are a mess, dude. People are such a mess. Although I will be one to fight for my place in line. I won't even fight with the person. I'll just make really condescending, snarky remarks out loud. I don't like confrontation, but I'll be a jackass if I have to. I mentioned this earlier when not earlier, but like a few months back when I was at Costco and that Karen just like got in front of me in line, even though I was standing in line. And then my literal response was like, I guess me standing in line here doesn't mean that I'm actually in line here. Then she tried arguing with me. And I called her a Karen, and then she got really upset when I didn't back down, and then she shut up. Yeah, you just wanted to eat your food and get out of there. I get you. I feel you. That really sucks. For your boss, I mean, not for you. I mean, it does suck for you because you have to go to work, but that's nice of you that you're going in to help your boss. But still sucks. We're gonna miss you, Merle. We're gonna miss you, but you were here, right? You heard me say it. I'm gonna be starting streams earlier, so you'll be able to hang out again. I'll be able to seduce you little by little. Don't worry, I won't make you leave your boyfriend. I'll just be the side piece. It's okay. I'll get all the benefits and none of the stress. You'll get all the benefits too. The benefits of me being not that good looking, so nobody's ever gonna be jealous that you are having an affair with like a mediocre looking dude. I'm not rich, so you won't get any money, but at least you know that I'm okay with being poor, so I won't take your money. I'm bald, but I wear a wig. You get all the benefits with me, I'm telling you. Dating me is like, you really hit the jackpot as your like side piece. Oh man. Oh, of course we can. We're all going to share. We're all going to share. That's why it's not going to be a monogamous relationship with Merle. That's why I have to be the side piece and not expect her to leave her hubby for me. Because we have to share. Exactly. You get to see me, and when I don't change scenes, you can yell at me. It's perfect. You'll never meet me in real life, so I don't have to annoy you. You won't get midnight texts of, what are you doing? I mean, you could if you wanted them, but they won't turn into sexy time because I'm usually all sweaty and gross because I've been working. So you don't have to worry. It's cool. It's perfect. Ew, they're all... Ew. How have I not seen this? All right. Come here, dude. You want to do this? Let's tango. Oh, I love to cook, so I would go for that deal. I would go for that deal. I love cooking. The only reason I don't like cooking is because I have to do the dishes after. I hate doing dishes. That's like the one thing that I absolutely detest. For those who know my like personal story of what's happened over the last little while. That should tell you a lot when I did the dishes a lot for the last few months. And I detest dishes. But yeah, I love cooking. I love cooking. I have kids for the dishes. Yeah, we couldn't trust ours. She, because of her like severe ADHD, she would miss a lot of stuff. Like we would end up like pulling out a plate from the cupboard that it was in, and it would have like caked on dried eggs that she completely missed. So it turned into like we had to rewash the dishes anyway. We might as well just wash them in the first place. I do have a dishwasher, which I use. It's just we would use it, but we wouldn't use it all the time. Now I use it, but I still have to do the pots and pans because they don't fit in my dishwasher. And they eat too much. I don't mind. Like, I always cook a lot of food. When Alana and Nora were here, I would cook really, really big meals, and I was more than happy to do it because I love leftovers, because then I don't have to cook again, because I don't want to make more dishes. But I don't mind. You know, I don't mind making a giant meal. The only part I did hate about cooking was having to come up with a new recipe all the time. That part sucked. Yeah, leftovers are great. And depending on the meal, some of the leftovers taste so much better than when they're fresh. You know? Sometimes you're sitting there and you're like, oh, this is even better today than it was yesterday. Some of them not so much. Like if you make noodles, like pasta, like if you do like Alfredo sauce, and then you reheat it, the Alfredo sauce gets dry, and then you're like, oh, not so good. Yeah, me too. Me too. I love having just something that I can throw in the microwave, and you're good to go before work or after work. So normally I cook enough to be able to have leftovers at least a couple of times. Like I made fajitas a few nights ago. Yesterday I just made hot dogs because I didn't want to go through the... No, yesterday I didn't make hot dogs. Yesterday I pulled out some seasoned chicken legs and I just threw those in the air fryer with a couple of potatoes and a salad. But I still have a few leftover like pieces of chicken for a couple of fajitas. It's not enough for a full meal, so I'm going to have to make something on the side. But it's great because I know that if I'm feeling lazy, I could just throw that into the microwave and I'm good to go. Yeah, fajitas are delicious. Fajitas are great. I love cooking just like a variety of stuff. I'm going to be, over the next couple of days, I'm not doing it right now because I'm tired. But maybe tomorrow when my day is off, I might end up making like a stir fry. You know, do some fried rice and do some kind of a stir fry with like a bunch of mixed vegetables and all that kind of stuff. Because when I make a stir fry, I've got like a nice big wok that Alana got me for Christmas. And so I'll be able to take that wok and make enough stir fry that it could honestly last me for 3 meals a day for like 4 days if I wanted to stretch it out that long. I'll probably do something closer along the lines of like a couple of meals a day for a few days, and then I'll run out. When can I start? As soon as possible. As soon as possible. Yeah, I like cooking. I just hate the cleanup afterwards. That's the biggest part that I hate. I absolutely hate it. Like even now I've got a couple of pans in the sink that I need to wash, and I'm just like, oh, they don't fit in the dishwasher. I don't want to wash them. But I should wash them. Oh. All right. So we've been walking around for a while. Is the rebreather in a cave? What if... Is the rebreather on that little island? Should I build one of those little boats? Maybe I'll build a boat and try to go to that little... No, I don't think there's anything on that island, but maybe I'll do that. You need to fill yours. I'm trying really, really hard to throw my dishes right into the dishwasher as soon as I'm done with them, so that way they don't pile up in the sink. Because, like, the old place that I used to live at, the place that I lived at before I started living with Alana, it was decent sized. It wasn't a very big apartment. It was a 1-bedroom. The bedroom was tiny. The bedroom was like the size of my stream room. It was pretty tiny. But the kitchen was even smaller, and the kitchen was like in a little cubby. Like there was a hallway, and on the left was the bathroom, and on the right was the kitchen. And so like, and it was like at the end of the apartment, so it was at the very back. So you didn't really ever have to go into the kitchen. So it was easier for me to just like pile the dishes back there because I just never went in there. The rest of my house was spotless, and the kitchen would be a disaster because I didn't put stuff away. And I was fine with it. What the heck? What did I do? What was that? Oh, the mud. It was mud. And so it was easy for me to leave a mess. But now in my apartment here, my kitchen is literally in the middle of my apartment. And so the drawback is that if there's a mess in the kitchen, the whole apartment looks like a mess. And it's out in the open. It's not even like in its own little room. Instead, it's literally out in the open in the middle of my apartment. So I have to clean up my kitchen all the time. And I hate it because I hate cleaning the kitchen. But I try. I try really hard to keep it clean. And I am absolutely trying my best to put the dishes in the dishwasher right away. Just the pots and pans stuff. I have a big dishwasher that I could put the pots and pans in, but it's just me. I would never fill that big dishwasher in time before running out of all dishes. So I'm using my smaller dishwasher that I bought originally, because it's just me. And even then it takes me 2, sometimes 3 days to fill it up. The morning before work. Yeah, I do them right before bed, basically. Like after the stream, maybe not right before bed, but I do them, closer to bedtime. Like I'm an hour or 2 away from going to bed. That's when I start doing my dishes. And that was a big problem for Alana, because she liked to do things like immediately. And so she would wake up early sometimes, and the dishes would be in the sink, and she would get really upset because I didn't do them. But I was like, I was going to do them. I was going to do them at like 8:30. It's 5 o'clock. You're up. I wasn't expecting you to be up, so I didn't do the dishes now. Because I like to do them before I go to bed or whatever, or before I go to work. Okay, so I see an island there, and I see an island there. Maybe I'll build a little boat so I can go there. That villager is really freaking me out because she's all hunched over. And she's walking. I'm not used to seeing them walking. They usually run. That is very... Oh. No. That's really uncomfortable. You do a lot of dishes by hand. We used to do a lot of dishes by hand. But it was a big argument between both of us because I hate doing them. And she did them, and she didn't like doing them, but she didn't hate them as much as I did. And she rightly so thought it was unfair that she did them all and I never did them. So I had to do them. But we bought a dishwasher because it was like, it's a one less headache for both of us. We'll just throw it in the dishwasher. But Nora is the type of child that she will go through 6 cups in a day. And so the dishes piled up real quick, mainly because of Nora. So it was also just more feasible for us to use a dishwasher because it would use less water than doing the dishes all the time. And so we had bought one. We bought a little one. And... we were using it, but the problem became that because Nora went through so many dishes, sometimes we would have to run it twice in a day, but mostly we were running it daily. And it just kind of was counterintuitive at that point, or it was counteractive at that point because we were using more water because we had to use it multiple times a day sometimes. And then when my parents were selling my grandmother's place and, they were going to move in with my brother, they didn't bother packing anything up like they were supposed to. And so when I knew the sale was finalized and the dude was going to come and, demolish the house or whatever, I went into my grandmother's house and I grabbed the dishwasher. I told my parents I was taking it anyway. They asked me what I wanted from the place. I wanted the fridge and the dishwasher. And they They told me the fridge was problematic. I don't think it was problematic. They just always packed it wrong, so they never closed the door properly to the freezer, so it would have like a big pileup of ice, and so it didn't close properly. But anyways, I ended up going in and grabbing the dishwasher, and it was a big dishwasher, full sized. It was portable, but it was a big dishwasher. And so for me, it was great because I was like, now we can fill the dishwasher and use it once a day, and it's going to have space for everything. Plus, we could throw the pots and pans in there. So that's the only reason we have the bigger one. But I had bought a small countertop one. Now that Alana and I are split up, the countertop one just makes more sense because it's just me. I don't make enough dishes for us to, or for me to need the big dishwasher. So now my brother wants the smaller dishwasher, or the bigger dishwasher, because he has him, his wife, his 2 kids, and my mom stays there. So it makes more sense for them to have the bigger dishwasher, and I'm fine because I got the little one. I use one cup for like 2 days. For cups, I'm pretty good. I'll for coffee, I can use the same mug over and over again. For a few times, you know, rinse it out, you're good to go. But yeah, when it comes to like the dish itself, the plate itself, even with getting new plates every meal. Oh crap, dude, I'm hunting. Like, look what you did, dude. Look what you did, man. Even with using like fresh dishes all the time, it's still taking me like 3 days to fill the dishwasher. So, but it's great because I just put them in the dishwasher. I don't have to see the mess. And then when it's finally full, I just fill it with soap, push a button, and it's good to go. And I'm a little bit of a germaphobe. Like, I'm not a diagnosed germaphobe. I don't mean it in that way. I am using it more flippantly. But I do get grossed out really easily, and I really like the fact that dishwashers disinfect with the level of heat they use. So even if there is something that kind of stuck on, I know it's disinfected, and that makes me feel way better. You know? So I do like that. Just rinse it in between. Exactly. Just rinse it in between. Simple as that. Is the forest good? Patrick, it is. It's really weird because you don't really know what you're doing. You know, it's literally just you walking around in a forest looking for your son, and it doesn't really tell you what you're supposed to do. Like this is the closest that I have to goals in the game. Set up a camp, find cooked food, set up defenses, find a way to climb rock walls. Now it's find a way into the sinkhole. Explore dead cave, explore hanging cave, explore net cave. Or wet cave. That's all it tells me. And so, like, finding a way into the sinkhole, which is this giant hole, this big dark hole in the middle of the map, I know that that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to do it. So it is a little bit vague, but it does give you enough of a direction of where to go. It can be hard if you don't like survival games. This may not be one that you want to play because it is about, you know, eating and sleeping and staying alive with dudes attacking you, you know, scary monster cannibals attacking you. But it's pretty fun. I do like it. I do like it. I think it's fun. It's older, so some of the mechanics are kind of janky. The graphics are not necessarily the best. But if you can kind of put up with that, it is a pretty good game. You just have to make sure that you like survival games. Like that's all there is to it. Just make sure you like survival games. Okay, where is... Oh, here it is. Oh, I dropped the log. Where did it go? Oh, dang it. I think I threw it. Did I throw it? I don't know. Oh, no, I didn't. It caught on. It's good, Sushi. I still don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm wandering around right now. There's a couple of islands I saw in that water, but my guy keeps saying that he's getting cold every time I go in the water for too long. So I'm just building a little raft so I can head to those little islands that are across the way to see what's over there. But yeah, that was the main thing, Wewin, is that there were, you know, it's only 3 of us, but it's enough that doing dishes becomes a hassle because you have to do so many dishes every single day. And it was just annoying, you know? At least now... Okay, I don't actually know how to, like, move forward. Oh, there it is. And then once we had the dishwasher, at least, like, we could fill up the dishwasher and then... you know, run it. It was kind of annoying because sometimes things wouldn't come off in the dishwasher and we would have to rewash them by hand anyway, depending on who packed it and how it was packed or whatever. With it just being me, doing dishes by hand, not a big deal, really, because it's just me. I could literally just do the dishes as I use them. But I've got the dishwasher, so why not use it? So I am using it. And that also allows me to just, like, throw it in the dishwasher and not have to wash dishes every single day. If you break the stem of the tree... Like, you mean the... like, the stump that's left behind after I cut down a tree? If I just keep those broken, then they're fine... Is that what you mean? Okay, maybe. I don't know. I hadn't heard that. I didn't do a whole bunch of research on this game. I watched a couple of reviews before I bought it. That's about as much as I did. But no review I watched mentioned that. A crossbow bolt? What? There's crossbows in this game? No way. Sick, bro. I mean, I could see it. I could see it being a thing. Because the AI was something that they talked about a lot about. Like, the AI was something that they talked about a lot in this game. Because of how impressive it was. But I never heard that. I mean, I've cut down a lot of trees, so I don't know if I could fix it at this point. Because I don't even know where I cut all the trees down. I've been wandering around so much. Okay, there's nothing on this island. I mean, we got some sick crossbows, bolts. Now we just need a crossbow. It's pretty simple. Ow. My butt is hurting. Is that supposed to be the North Star? When I look at it, it disappears, though. You know, I probably should have, like, built my base on an island like this. That way I wouldn't be attacked by random little mutants. My eyes are stinging. Look how nice the moon looks, everybody. When I first started to learn photography, I spent so much time just shooting the moon. I love looking at the moon. Okay, so there were crossbow bolts, but no crossbow. Way to tease me, video game. Way to tease me. You're just as bad as Ty when he comes to hang out at the chat. Just teases me. Or Wewin. Or Merle. Just full of teases. Okay. Me too. I considered buying a telescope for a while. I didn't, just because I knew it was going to be one of those things that I would be obsessed with for like a day and then just never use again. But I'm still tempted. Because, like, I love how the moon looks. I would love to see, like, Saturn or I can't remember what it's called. Jupiter. Saturn or Jupiter through a telescope. Like, I know even like a budget telescope would only show me a little blurry ball. If you know anything about like the history of the discovery of the planets, when they first saw Saturn, it looked like it was a planet with two ears. Like they could just see two lumps on either side, and they thought there were two separate planets. So they thought it was like a 3-planet system, and we didn't realize it was disks until way later because the telescopes weren't that good back then. So like if you got a cheap telescope for your house, you would probably see it that way. I wish I could just see them. I think it's so cool. I always wish I could have been like an astronaut or somebody to go into space. It would be so awesome. I would be driving with my butt out the window. All the way to Uranus, baby. I'm good, Woot. How you doing? How are things? How's life? Any plans for the weekend? Eat and drink. All right, let's keep going. Oh, that's backwards. Whoops. So we're just kind of traveling on the water because I want to find a rebreather, but I don't know where it is. My assumption is it would be out here in the water. We need the rebreather for the caves. But I feel like something you need in the caves wouldn't be in the caves. Just like the things that we need outside of the cave have been in the caves. So I'm doing it this way to stay safe from all the cannibals. I do not want to have somebody nibble on my toe while I'm running around looking for the rebreather. Nora has those in her room. Like in her room here. Those are on the wall and stuff. Okay, so that was the crates that I walked down by, so... Man, oh man. It's so easy to get lost in this map. I love the sound effects though. Like, listen to that water sound. Like, you can hear what sounds like waves. It sounds like there's wind blowing. Like, it sounds like the ocean. It's really cool. I love the sound effects in this game. They did a really good job. Oh, is that a dead end? I can't... Oh, is that? He's never done that before. Oh, I got too close to the edge, so it made it look like I was leaving, so it was like, I can't leave my son. I can't leave my son. Where's my son? I'm not leaving, dude. I'm just trying to, like, stay away from the island so I don't die. What is this? Just a little outcropping? Yeah, just an outcropping. Yeah, there are some, and that's the thing, like the $135 one is going to give you some basic looking into the vast darkness ability. The more expensive ones are going to have way better features, way better magnification, all that kind of stuff. You know, some of them, there's some that are so cool because they'll actually tilt with the rotation of the Earth. So you can set up a camera and it will actually be able to follow the movement of the stars in the sky so you can get a nicer picture out of a camera. Like, that's really cool. But yeah, I would just want to look out and just see things. I used to have this really, really powerful lens. Like a big zoom on the lens. And it was really cool because I took a picture of the stars. And I took a picture of what I still think to this day was Jupiter. I'm not 100% sure. It was just a tiny little dot in the sky. But you could see that it was a slightly different color than the other stars that were in the picture. And you could see that it was slightly bigger. So I'm positive it was Jupiter that I took a picture of. And that was with just a zoom lens. Like, that wasn't a telescope. And it was so cool. I would love to see it with my own eyes with an actual telescope. Yeah, 375 times zoom. Yeah, that's a lot. Like I think the one I was using was like, I think it ended up counting to be like 200 times zoom or 150 times zoom, somewhere in there. So nowhere near as intense as that. Like that's so cool. No, it wasn't recent. It was a few years back, like many years ago, like probably a decade ago. Holy crap, it's been a while. Yeah, the lens I was using was, what was it? I think it was 60 to 200, something like that. But the 200 doesn't mean 200 times. That was 200 millimeters. But it worked out to be somewhere like 150 to 200 times zoom compared to what you would see on like a digital camera or whatever. It was really cool. I had to get rid of the lens though because I needed to pay rent and I didn't have the money, so I sold it. Now I don't really do photography, so I don't really care that I sold it, but at the time I was really upset because I was doing a lot of photography at the time. What's going on, Mr. FOV? How are you? How's life, man? Did you get your car situation figured out? Come on, Dad. Let's keep going. All right, so we finally made it to the Snow Peak area. We would have walked here a lot faster, but it would have been a lot more dangerous, and we would have gotten cold, and I don't want to get cold, so we're staying on the boat. Oh, yeah. I haven't had any issues with Windows 11, knock on wood, so far. I have Windows 11 on my gaming PC that I'm using when I'm actually playing The Forest on. I have Windows 11 on here. Oh, I can't go around the island this way? Lame. We went all this way for nothing. I have Windows 11 on this gaming PC, and I have Windows 11 on my ROG Ally. And I haven't had any problems, any major problems that are any different than Windows 10 has been. But yeah, Windows 11 is still fairly new, so it definitely has bugs. And they're not very basic bugs like in Windows 10. Yeah, it could be that. It could absolutely be that. You know, it could absolutely just be that it's not really optimized for your CPU. I've got a Ryzen 7, and it's a few years old, so it's not super high-end, so I'm sure it doesn't need the most optimization to work. Oh, thank God. If it was just a bad spark plug, oh, dude, that's so much less stressful. That's a pretty simple fix, thank goodness. I'm glad you got it fixed. What? Are you kidding, Sushi? Really? For those who didn't see, I don't know, is the chat even available on Twitch? I don't think I have it up on Twitch. Oh. My bad. Let me put it up real quick. For those who didn't see, Sushi just said, "Isn't there a shark in the water? How have you not been attacked?" I have seen dead sharks on the beach. I would not be surprised if there are sharks in the water to attack you. Maybe I just got lucky, or maybe because I'm out in the nighttime. Overlay gallery, chat box. I'm just adding the TikTok chat onto Twitch so everybody can see it. Just because if somebody is talking on TikTok, or like if it's one of those days where my TikTok chat happens to be really, really busy, at least then people on Twitch can see who I'm talking to. If there's like one or two people on TikTok or on Twitch and everybody's on TikTok, then they'll at least be, you know, in the loop of what I'm talking about. Oh, getting new tires. They're so expensive. I hate freaking tire shopping. They're so expensive. I'm going to have to get new tires soon on my car, too. I have to make an appointment to get my oil changed ASAP. Oh, nice. Nice, Weewin. Hold on, guys. Weewin's just sending me some pictures of the moon. Nice. I think it's hilarious how Samsung has duped people. I don't know if you've heard this. You know, I like technology and stuff, and I read a lot about technology and whatever. But how Samsung has tricked people into thinking that their zoom is a lot better than it is. And one of the things that a lot of Samsung fans will use as like a, haha, we owned Apple, is they'll show how they can like zoom into the moon and get like this crystal clear, perfect image of the moon. But they miss the little detail that the reason they get that picture is because it actually uses machine learning. And so what it's doing is it's recognizing that you've taken a picture of the moon, and then it analyzes what the image looks like, and then it'll go to the internet and download corresponding images and stitch them together to replicate that picture within your picture for whatever details are missing. So it can zoom into the moon very deeply, but it doesn't get the crystal clear image. They just add other images to it, which is hilarious because their whole thing is, look how cool it can take pictures of the moon. But the reality is look how cool we can download pictures off the internet of the moon, which then defeats the purpose of taking a picture of the moon, you know? Which is kind of, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. Hold on, I'm doing something real quick. No, I totally know what you were doing. No worries, Weewood, no worries. You know, I really, really hate hackers. Because now we have to use all these stupid two-step confirmations, two-factor authentications in order to just like log into something. And it's so irritating because sometimes I just want to log in, but I have to use two-factor because hackers are always trying to steal stuff. It's like, man, why can't y'all just not be trash people? You know what I mean? I'm just looking something up real quick. Let me... Oh, don't add a photo. I want to see my photos. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Photos. Albums. Is it under nocturnal photography? Yeah, nocturnal photography. I used to do a lot of photography in my... Back in my day, I used to do a lot of nocturnal photography. I'll show you a couple of the pictures that I did. Show you a couple of them. I don't have the originals anymore, so I don't have the high quality version. Now, I was learning photography at the time. I wasn't actually like super skilled. I just really liked doing it. But like talking about the moon. Not seen. Sources. Wiggy McSwiggity, hello. I don't know how I'm supposed to react to that, but okay. Image, browse, downloads. So this is a picture I took of the moon. So that was with that lens that I was talking about, the one that I was saying that I had to sell because I needed to pay bills. That was a picture I took of the moon with that lens. I think it's pretty good, and that was a non-full moon night. That was a night that I just did it on a whim. I wasn't like planning it, you know, like a good photographer plans it out. They'd be like, oh, it's gonna be a full moon on Wednesday, the 5th of like February. I'll go out there and take a picture of the moon, make sure that I plan it at the right time and blah blah blah. But like this is a picture I took of the moon. I think it's pretty good. I think it's a pretty nice picture for TikTok people. Let me just add it real quick so you guys can see it too. I don't want to leave you out. I don't want to exclude y'all. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good picture. You know, it's nothing fancy. It's not like a revolutionary image that nobody else has ever done before, but for somebody who doesn't have like super crazy high-end equipment, like you can see these really cool craters right along the edge of the light, right? And you get these really cool shadows, and you can see like the dark, what are they called, lacunae or whatever, like the dark sections of the moon. I think it's pretty cool. No, Cal, I haven't. Because it's only on early access, right? I didn't buy the game. I'm going to be playing it on Game Pass, and it's not available on Game Pass till the 5th, right? I think that's what it is. Runny knows. But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool picture of the moon. I think I'm pretty proud of that. I think I did a good job there. And now let me show you just a couple of the other ones. They're not fancy like moon pictures like that one. That was probably one of the better night pictures I ever did. I was really proud of that one. And it was actually a long exposure. Like I didn't just point it and take a picture. It was one of those like I put it on a tripod, pointed it to the moon, and then it took a picture for something like 3 seconds. And so it was a really long exposure to be able to get all that detail in one shot. And I love that it's just like all this dark sky and then just like a half-covered moon. So it's just kind of peeking out. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, I did, this was like in the middle of a highway on a farm, like near a farm. I just stopped. I was driving home from a rehearsal, actually. I was doing a play at the time, and I was driving home from a rehearsal, and this was like at 1 in the morning. After the rehearsal was done and everything, I was driving home, and I just stopped on the side of the road. And I was like, I want to see what it looks like if I take a long exposure picture at nighttime. And then I was doing it, and then a truck drove by, and it left those really cool lights, and I was like, okay, that looks really cool. And so I was like, that's a cool night picture. There's nothing fancy about it. There's nothing like crazily artistic about it. I just like how the lights, exactly what Ty said, look like frickin' lasers. It's frickin' trucks with frickin' lasers on their heads. And then this one is like the dumbest picture. It was just more to see if I could dial in the settings to get a picture in pitch blackness. This was actually in Welland. I stopped at a construction site and just took a picture of a truck in the middle of the night. And the glow that's behind the truck is actually the town, the city, whatever you want to call it. That's actually the city glowing in the background. So when I was there in real life, it was just pitch black. There was just nothing there. But when the camera's settings were dialed in, you could see the truck perfectly, and you could see the glow of the city hitting the sky. I expected to see my face. And I thought that was really cool, you know? Like, again, it's a really dumb picture of just a big machine. Like, there's nothing... I didn't take, like, a cool, epic picture of the machine. It's not, like, in a weird pose that would make it really interesting. It's literally just a side profile of a machine, but the glow of the town and how the sky looks purple because of it, I thought was really cool. I didn't add that filter. It just came out looking purple, and I thought it was really cool. This was when I didn't really add any kind of color correction. I would just up the saturation and up the contrast. That's about the most I would do. So I didn't do any kind of like color balancing or anything like that. That's why the truck is like a weird orangey green yellow. It's not like the accurate proper yellow. But it's pretty cool. And then this is an overview of my home city where I grew up. And so that's like my whole home city. Basically, I grew up where Lake Ontario, like thousands of years ago, it might have even been millions of years ago, thousands of years ago at least, Lake Ontario was a lot bigger than it was. And so where I'm standing in this picture is where the beach would have been. And the lake was pretty much from that, like maybe 10 meters ahead of me. From that point forward, it was all lake. But as the water receded, we have Lake Ontario now. And where the water used to be is where we've built this city. And so, like, I went up there one night. This was closer to, like, 11 o'clock at night. It wasn't super late at night. And I just went up to the escarpment and just took this picture. People on TikTok can barely see it. It's super tiny. But, yeah, I just went up on the escarpment and just took this picture. I thought it was really cool just to see my city lit up at night. You know? Not too bad. Okay, give me a second, though. I got a message here on Facebook. I just want to respond. Just a pre-warning. I'm an idiot with riddles. Sure. Yeah, it's the city itself isn't very nice. It smells really weird. It's not the best it's not the best city. It's not even a great city. But it was actually voted one of the most hateful cities in all of Canada. Like, it has some of the highest hate crime rates in all of Canada. So it's one of the most hateful cities because of that. And it's very problematic there. but I grew up there, so it's my home city. I don't hate it, you know? Low-key photography stream, right? I miss doing photography. I lost my, like, obsession with it, so I haven't really done it. Like, even my acting headshots, I haven't really done an acting headshot in a really long time. I haven't even kept up with what's popular with acting headshots. I should probably start doing some acting headshots soon, because I'm gonna need them. I don't have most of my equipment anymore. Like, I used to have proper flashes. You know, I had, like, reflectors and soft boxes. I had everything, and I don't have any of that anymore. Which sucks, because I had, like, really expensive, not expensive flashes, but they were studio flashes. They were really big. Like, the flash itself, like, the casing from front to back was about this long, and the ring was about this big. Like, it made a really, really heavy flash, so you could do quite a bit with it. That stayed at my grandmother's house, so when the guy went in, he ended up with my flashes, which kind of sucks. But I should probably start doing some headshots. I'm going to need them. You know, I need to start getting myself prepared for that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're thinking of getting some for film and TV. I wonder, like, what the differences are, photography-wise, what the differences are, like, what they're doing differently for a film TV headshot versus a theater headshot. You know, like, the last time I looked, they had definitely moved away from black and white, but this was years ago, right? They had definitely moved away from black and white. And there was more of an emphasis... I don't remember what order it was in. It was either moving away from having, like, a generic background, like a blank screen with just, like, a color in the background, to more of, like, being caught in, like, a real place. So it would be like a picture in a living room. Like, it would all be out of focus in the background, so you wouldn't really see it was a living room, but it looked like there was stuff in the background, so you were inside of a building. Or it would be like you were outside, and the background was like, you know, downtown type of thing, but it was all blurry, so you couldn't tell what it was. But the person looked like they were just kind of caught, and they just happened to pose perfectly. But I can't remember if it was going away from that and into more neutral backgrounds, or going from neutral backgrounds into more of, like, the casual background. I can't remember what it was. 4 pictures of you in different hits? Okay, yeah. See, I've seen stuff like that. I just didn't know if that was actually something that they used, because I've seen it in things like The Simpsons, right? Where Chief Wiggum wants to be an actor, and he shows multiple pictures of him, like, here's me as a greaser, and here's me as a priest, like, in costume and, like, posing as if he's that character. I didn't know if that was, like, them making fun of it because that is what they do, or if it was them being like, this is what they think it is, but it's not that way. You know what I mean? But yeah, I need to get on that stuff. I actually sent them my retro for the first time picture that I used. I changed it now, but I had that one picture of me standing in front of my logo in front of my background here. I sent that as my headshot picture for the audition in a couple of weeks. Oh, that reminds me. I got to do it now, or else I'm gonna forget. I already forgot, so that's why I'm doing it now. Give me a sec here. Come on. Come on, hurry up, send. All right, done. Exposure, exactly. See that RFTFT logo in the background? Subliminally, you're like, what is that? I gotta check it out. Everybody tries to remember what he was doing for the first time. Exactly. That's my life, man. That's my life the whole time. No, I had to pay child support. I forgot to do that. So I did it. That's the worst part, is, like, I'll forget to pay it. And my kid's mom is, she, I don't know, whatever. But she has to sometimes remind me to pay. And I feel like a jerk because it's like, I didn't not pay because I didn't want to. I didn't not pay because I forgot. I forgot that it was the end of the month or the beginning of the new month. I'm usually pretty good though. It's just working night shift. I don't keep track of what date it is. All right, so we checked that island and it didn't do anything. So what's to this extreme of the island? I love that. I love that you see the lightning flash and then it starts to rain. I hate that the frame rate dips so much on my capture card. Why is it doing that? It's running like flawlessly on my computer, yet it still dips on the capture card. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, an update for the camera thing. I think I've decided that since it's working right now, I'm just not going to touch it and postpone getting the replacement camera until I can no longer deal with this one. But right now it's like in the perfect position and it's working. So if I can't find the perfect position again, or I start to find that it's, you know, the perfect position isn't working anymore, then I'm going to be forced to get another one. But I did see that they have the Canon M200, which was the competitor to this one. It's newer than this style camera. It just, I'd have to use the Canon lens, which I don't want to. But I did find that I can find it on Amazon for like $500. So it's half the price of the ZV E10. So at least I know there's an option out there, you know? Without a breath. Cold in life. Okay. Sorry. I was responding. Somebody asked me to see if I can solve something that they're working on. Not because they couldn't figure it out, but because they're trying to see if it's something easily fixed, easily solved by somebody. I'm an idiot though, so I'm not really a good judge of it, but yeah. Hold on. They sent me the answer. I wanna. Okay. Hey, there's a rainbow. Isn't that nice? Oh, it disappeared. I only saw it for like a second. Just like in real life. Just like in real life. Okay, so... Oh, wait. Go back. I wanted to see the boat, see if I can find more batteries. Did they respawn the batteries? And maybe this is where I would find the rebreather? Maybe? I should probably build a signal here so I can know where this boat is at all times whenever I want to look for it. So there's a random head, some forks, whatever that thing is. Lots of pepper, but no salt. Lots to drink. More canisters for the rebreather. smack you with my lizard. Oh, I need a key card or something to open that up. How the heck do I find a key card? There's a teddy bear. Alcohol. Yeah, lots of monies. Oh, man. Lots of rope. No batteries, though. Where did I find all my batteries before? Did I get them just from the luggage things? Maybe I just got them from the luggage things. I thought there were batteries in here, but it doesn't seem like it. I feel like... Jesus Christ! Oh. Philip Har, welcome. Thank you for the freak out. That wasn't you on purpose. That was just me because my audio is so loud. Wow, that really scared me because I was trying so hard and I hit this thing and then the alert went off and I thought something happened when I hit that. Oh, that really scared me. Jusa, I've been playing it for a few streams now, for about 3-ish hours each stream. So we're quite a few hours in. I think we're on day like 27 or something. Where are we? We are on day 29. We're on day 29. But I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. We explored the cave. If you know the game. I might just be jabbering on and you have no idea if you haven't played the game. But if you know the game, I've found the chainsaw, I found the katana, I found the climbing thing, and the flashlight. I'm trying to find the rebreather. Now, I am trying to play without too much help. But I am trying to find the rebreather right now. So we're just kind of on an adventure wandering around, trying to see if I can find it. It wasn't Jesus, but it was Phil. That's okay, Phil. The jump scares are a part of the channel, so thankfully you're not... It's not like you did something that was completely out of left field for me. You know, like I'm known for freaking out. But yeah, I was so concentrated in what I was doing that when the jump scare came through and it was as loud as it was, it hit me hard. It hit me hard. I haven't seen any spoilers. I'm going in pretty blind. The most I've seen spoiler-wise, it's not even spoiler-wise, but like the most I've seen surprise-wise in the game is like I've seen those mutants. You know, the weird one with like the 5 million legs, and the little tiny baby ones, and the big one that looks like the Pinky from Doom, you know, the big like chargy one. That's like pretty much all I know. So I've gone in pretty blind. I've tried to avoid any kind of walkthroughs, any kind of tutorials. The only stuff I've watched tutorial-wise was to learn like some really basics, like how to build, how to upgrade, potential places to like build your first base. But outside of that, I haven't looked up anything because I'm trying really hard to go in blind so I can be shocked. I've come so far from not being able to... I still can't even do much more than that. So I've been playing this for a while privately. Like, I've put in multiple hours playing it in VR before I ever started streaming it. This has been a new file, so you've been seeing this from the start. But I've played this in VR for a while. And I'm talking like 10, 15 hours into playing this game is when I first discovered that you could build things... in this menu. I didn't realize you could do things like put that in there, and now I can add something to it to make it more. I didn't know you could do that. I had no clue for about 10 or 15 hours. It even scared you. I'm sorry, we win. And then you... Oh, man. Oh, my God, yeah, the mutants are the worst. Like, freaky-wise. They're so freaky. The mutants accidentally did get spoiled for me. Just watching a review, you know, they just mentioned it. They didn't mean to spoil it. They just mentioned it. And I was like, aw. But I didn't know what they looked like. So, first seeing them, I got really freaked out. And even like the big chargy one, in VR, I had seen it inside the sinkhole. I was able to kind of cheese my way down into the sinkhole in VR. And then I got stuck. But I cheesed my way down to the sinkhole. So I saw the big guy in there. But today was the first time I saw the big guy out in the open, which really freaked me out because I didn't know he could be out in the open. Okay, we win. No problem. No problem. Okay, so there's a broken boat. Is there anything in that? I don't think so, but maybe. Just rope. Just rope. I feel like my base is right there. Like, it's not far away. Because if I recall, there was like a cliff drop from where I was in my base. You know, people comment about how they look at pictures of themselves from before. And it's either they think, man, I used to be so good looking and now I've gotten so ugly. Or they think of, man, I look so good now and I used to be so ugly. I was an ugly duckling. I have never had that feeling. Like when I look at myself in past pictures, I feel uncomfortable because like, oh, that was a bad hairdo. Or like, oh, I look so awkward in that picture. I've always looked kind of awkward in pictures. That's why I make like funny faces in my pictures, because if I try to just like smile nicely, I always look awkward, but not because I feel like looking at myself is awkward. It's because I just, my neurodivergence, I don't know how average people pose in pictures. You know what I mean? Despite being a photographer, I don't know how people pose in pictures. So I always feel like I look uncomfortable in my pictures. That's a better word. I look uncomfortable in my pictures. And apparently the ones that I think I look good in, almost always people disagree with me and they think that they're the worst pictures out of the ones I took. So it's funny to me that people look back at themselves and are like, I look so ugly, because I've never felt that way, right? Like I felt like, yeah, I was an awkward kid. Until recently. Now I look back at pictures from when I was a kid and I was like, okay, yeah, I was a really cute kid when I was young. Cute kid as in like a 16, 17-year-old. When I was like a teenager, like, you know, when I finally started to look attractive. And I look at myself now and I'm like, yeah, I look older and I've gone bald and all that kind of stuff. But when what? Oh, it's just the light shimmering through. But when I look at pictures of just like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even 1 year ago, and I look at those pictures compared to now, I cringe so hard seeing myself, because for the last couple of years, damn, did I ever really look bad. Like, holy crap. So I can relate now. But now I look at my videos that I posted recently and I'm like, man, I've come a long way in the last year. I'm so happy about it. You know? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Your wife is a very pretty woman. If you were really ugly, I mean, you've got a crap personality, so you gotta be hot. Like, that's the only option. Unless you're, like, secretly rich. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, dude. But, like, you can't be ugly, dude. You can't be. You gotta have some kind of attraction. A woman fell in love with you, and even though looks aren't everything, the looks are at least a part of the equation. So, I would say you're a handsome fellow. Or a large D. I don't know, man. Women don't care about that as much. I mean, they do, but not, like... I mean, they wouldn't know about that until after they've already been interested in you. So, I say that is not a fair play. Plus, then why would I have ever gotten any women? Because, like, that's not my luck. You know? That's why you need help streaming. Dude, you're going to be more poor streaming. You're going to be even more poor. Trust me. That's where I am right now. I'm sitting here going, damn, I got to spend like between $500 to $1,000 on a camera. I got to spend like $200 on a light. I got to spend $200 or $300 on a mixer. Streaming won't make you money. It's just going to make you owe more money. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Okay, so maybe my theory was wrong. I think we've gone pretty much all the way around the island because that's the snowy peak that I couldn't get completely around, that I got stuck on. Oh, look at the moon. It's cool. The moon is eclipsing. I'm asking for a friend. No, you don't. Well, I mean, if you're going to do like a sexy cook with me OnlyFans, then yes, you need a mixer. Samus, this is the forest, which I am stuck on right now. Okay, so my theory of finding it near the water did not work. The next option is to... I gotta travel into the snow world, and I don't know how to... Can I just... I can't put the deer skin on. I can't put the boar skin on. I can't just put the rabbit fur on. I've only got 3 deer skin. I need 6, and I still need 4 boar skin. We have a long way to go to be able to get the cold protection. Hope she doesn't run see this. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever be able to do OnlyFans. Even like if I had a sexy body and I was like a better looking dude, I don't think I'd be able to do OnlyFans. And it's not even about like being self-conscious. You know, like that's not really what my concern would be. I think I'm most uncomfortable. I mean, but not every dude, but a lot of dudes are really uncomfortable with, you know, their hot dog and oranges. But so that's kind of just normal, whatever. But I would be more uncomfortable with like trying to be sexy. Do you know what I mean? Like if you look at a woman trying to be seductive, the way society has kind of formed, a woman trying to be seductive in itself is seductive. But like, at least in my perspective, maybe it's just because I'm straight and I just don't get it. But in my perspective, when I see a guy trying to be seductive or sexy, I just feel like it's cringy. Do you know what I mean? Not that guys can't be sexy. It's just I look at it and I'm like, it just looks weird. Like it doesn't look like they're just naturally sexy. It looks very posed, right? Like I've seen like those ads where it's like, oh, you want to meet like you want to find true love or whatever, and then it'll show you like a woman looking like with her eyes and she's trying to be like, hey, how's it going? And it's like, yeah, that just seems normal. But then, oh, I left meat here? What? I left meat here from a long time ago. Hilarious. I have 3 bases. Holy crap. Wait. Is this my old file? Maybe this is my original VR file, because I remember... No, it's not, because I built a wall around it. Never mind, I just built in the same spot. But then, like, I look at a guy making those faces, and I'm just kind of like... Is that supposed to be sexy? It just looks creepy. And not creepy as in, like, I'm uncomfortable. I mean creepy as in, like, you look like a creepy guy. Like, hey, ladies. That kind of creep. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, like the true sex appeal that women seem... that from what I've heard, you know, I don't know this because I'm not a woman. But the true sex appeal I've heard is that, like, being just casually rugged. You know what I mean? Like, there's a guy on TikTok that's gotten really famous, and, like, a lot of people drool for him because all he does is just chop wood. He's not half naked. He's not... nothing like that. He's obviously an insanely handsome guy. Like, just looking at his face, you're just like, yeah, he's just a good-looking guy. But, like, he just chops wood. And even I watch him chopping wood, and I'm like, okay, that is hot. Like, damn, dude. Wow, I'm jealous. But then when you see those guys that like their shirts are off and they're like pulling their pants down, it's like the TikTok teenage dudes, you know, with like the broom hairdo, and they sit there with like they're dancing and like pulling their pants and like showing their chest, and I'm like, dude, that's just cringy. It's just cringy. There's no sex appeal there. You're like 18, 19 years old, bro. You still have a child's body. You are still a child. Those abs aren't because you're fit. Those abs are because you're skinny. And so, like, that's the mentality I think of when I think about going OnlyFans. I'm like, I don't think I could do OnlyFans because I would feel like that the whole time. I would feel like I am cringily trying to be sexy, and it's just not sexy. It's cringy. Yeah, you've seen him. Yeah, the wood chopping guy. Like, I watch him. I'm like, damn. Like, that's okay. That's hot. I get that. I totally see the sex appeal there. And I don't have any of that sex appeal. My sex appeal is more, from what I gather, my sex appeal is more like that I can be funny. Like, that's probably my biggest strength, is that I can be funny. But yeah, I couldn't do OnlyFans because of that. Like, I would just feel really uncomfortable the whole time, thinking like I'm trying to be sexy and I'm just not. You know what I mean? Whoa! Because things that women can do to be sexy, they don't work as a man. You know what I mean? Like, a woman can do certain poses and certain faces that are just like, oh my god, that's hot. But if a guy does something similar, it's just like, what do you look like you're constipated, bro. What are you doing? Kind of going back to what you were saying, Weewan. You don't know how to be sexy. That's the thing, is that women don't have to know how to be sexy. Because there's even an attraction or like a sex appeal to being awkward in being sexy. Do you know what I mean? Like that dorky, like Zooey Deschanel really pulled that off a lot. Like I'm the quirky dorky girl and I don't actually know how to be sexy, but in that, she's sexy. You know what I mean? Whereas like with a guy, one, us guys just don't really understand what women find attractive. And two, we just don't know how to do it because we're almost stuck in our ways of what we think should be sexy, right? Like there's this great stuff, these great videos that I've watched where, you know, it's those like the guys trying to address their own insecurities and stuff like that. Not those like alpha male videos, but I'm talking like the ones where it's like it's okay to struggle with self-image, and it's okay to accept that you have some toxic traits and toxic mentality that you can address, and it's all right not being you know, the typical manly guy. Those kind of videos. And like those videos where it's like, you know, you need to accept that you too screwed up in your relationship, or that you too did things that aren't healthy, right? Instead of always being like, women are the problem, because that's not the case either. But anyways, in those videos, they talk about how like men have this belief of what sex appeal is, and a big part of it is being ripped and having big muscles and a six-pack and all this stuff. And like most women would agree that that's not that important. Like, yeah, sure, it's nice, but it's not that important. It's kind of like with women and how a lot of women are convinced that men only want really skinny girls. But it's just like, no, man, I like curves. I don't mind super thin girls either, but like if a girl's got curves, I'm all for it, right? And there are things that I find more attractive or less attractive, but that's like a personal taste. But society has convinced women that you need to be a twig with like the gap in your thighs and all this stuff. And I'm just like, I don't care if you got a gap or not. As long as like you're cuddly and I think you're hot, I don't care. So guys have the same thing. And one video even brought up the fact that it's like what you try to do as a guy to be sexy is only sexy to other guys. Like it's not sexy to women. And so like I would feel if I was doing OnlyFans, going back to the original topic, that's what I would be doing the whole time, is just trying to be sexy for what other guys think women want as well. And not actually for what women think is sexy. You know what I mean? And so like I wouldn't be able to do OnlyFans mainly for that. Just for that. Juica, yes, I have like 5 turtle shells in my main base over there, the purple flag. I've got like 4 turtle shells over there that collect water. No, 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 no. Wait, can you give me armor or something, dude? Come here. All right, bro. Let's do it. Let's do it. Boom. How do I switch? Switch. Boom. I moved my mouse. This is why I don't play first-person shooters. Did you notice how I completely flicked my mouse away? That's why. Did I hurt you? I thought you were gonna eat me. I thought you were all like super strong. Come on, predator of the ocean. Show me how strong you are. Oh, I see a big guy. I hear a big guy. That was really scary. Oh, I got all this spoiled meat. Collect the fresh stuff. It'll probably go spoiled before I eat it too, but still. Look at that big head. That's like my head. It's all big. Ew, gross. I got sick. You've never seen The Big... Hola. Bienvenido otra vez. The Big Mutant or the crocodile alligator thing? You want me to whisper so I can do some ASMR? Is that what you're talking about? Oh no, somebody's called Whisperers here. I thought you were asking me to whisper. 6 donut pack. Exactly. Exactly. Bring that 6-pack over here. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing of like, I've had this conversation with one of my friends. Ah!
Thank you for being a friend.
Oh, thank you for being a friend. Oh. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That gives you PTSD. How about now? Do you have more PTSD that I screamed in your ears? I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being a friend. I don't know if Preston's still watching, but Preston and I were talking about my singing because I haven't really been singing very much lately, so my voice is kind of messed up. I used to have a really, really, really good falsetto. For those who don't do any singing, falsetto is that like, ooh, that voice way up here. I used to have a very strong one. Like, that was one of the reasons I would get a lot of the roles that I got, because I could do the falsetto. I can't do falsetto anymore. But the reason I'm bringing it up right now is maybe that's what I need to do. I need to have Weewin like on speed dial, and then she can jump. Whoa, she can jump scare me while I'm about to sing, so that way I have my falsetto come back. Because obviously that made my falsetto come through. But you still jumped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have the alerts turned down, but my voice is really loud, like in volume. So in the settings, I mean, not just in general. So yeah, you probably heard my scream pretty loudly. I apologize. I apologize. Oh, tenés que usarlo otra vez. Sí, como solo hablo inglés cuando estoy haciendo el stream. You are there. Yeah, see, there you go, Preston. I figured out the secret sauce to my falsetto. I need to be jump scared. Perfect. Oh, that scared me. Espero que juegues a mi juego. ¿Qué tipo de juego estás haciendo? O estás armando. No sé cómo se dice en español. Pero ¿qué tipo de juego? But Whisper, I hope you're doing really well. I hope life is treating you really well. Who else? Philip. Dude, you jumped. I know, I get people to jump. I'm sorry. Una de terror. Ah, entonces sí, cuando ya salga el juego, decime, porque a mí me gustan los juegos de terror. Usualmente juego por lo menos una vez a la semana algo que da miedo. Ahorita estoy jugando, bueno, no sé cómo se dice en español, pero en inglés Resident Evil, el 8º juego, lo estoy jugando con virtual reality. No sé cómo se dice en español también. Sorry, Thomas is saying that they develop games and they're working on one right now and they're hoping that I would play it one day. I asked them what kind of game. They said it was a horror game. And so I was just saying I love horror games, so that would be great. And that right now, like I normally play at least one horror game a week on stream, and right now we're playing Resident Evil 8. That's all I was saying. Just in case you were wondering. Sí, se puede traducir. Usualmente vale la pena porque aunque hay países que no hablan inglés, bueno, que la primera lengua no es inglés, casi siempre pueden hablar inglés. Entonces, como aquí los que están hablando, bastantes de ellos son de Europa y, y no hablan inglés. Inglés no es su primer lengua, pero todavía hablan inglés. Entonces, teniendo un juego que tiene lenguaje en inglés, te pudiera dar más gente que pudieran comprar y jugar el juego. No es como el español, que en español no todo el mundo habla español. Los Estados Unidos sí, pero el resto del mundo no necesariamente habla en español. Pero en inglés es una lengua mundial. Pero es solo mi opinión. Um, Ivan. Okay. I do remember that. I can't promise I'll remember that to tie it with Whisper. Just because it's easier for me to go with whatever name I see on screen. I haven't slid down. You could slide with a turtle shell? No way. Do I have a turtle shell in my inventory? I don't. I haven't picked up any extra turtle shells. Dude, why do you guys keep coming around my village? Like, there's more and more of you as the days progress, and it's really scary, and I'm hating every minute of it. All right, so we wandered around the whole edge of the island and saw nothing. Oh, they triggered my my trap. This guy wants to fight. I think I want to try to find the rocks that I saw that needed to be blown up by TNT. Do you know what I mean? Bro, I don't want to fight you. Like, I'm good. I'm just going home for the night. Like, dude, it's fine. We don't have to fight. I need to, like, fill in this wall so I don't have this door anymore so they can't get in. It is. It's such a great game. It's such a fun game. It's a shame that not a lot of people watch it on stream. That's probably the most shocking part for me because this game is so good. I'm having such a fun time. Oh, you know what sucks? We were out there on that adventure and it rained, but the game didn't have this area loaded, so I didn't get any water from that rain because I was too far away. That sucks. They're all out there. I don't want to go out there and fight them all. I don't want to fight them all. I also tried to build a platform and I couldn't do it. No, even the sequel doesn't have very many watchers. That's the weird part. It's survival in general. Survival games don't really do well on Twitch. If I look it up, I'm hiding right now. I'm hiding right now. The Forest itself, in total, has 132 people watching it through all of Twitch. And Sons of the Forest only has 251. Like, it's not many more. When you even look at something like Animal Crossing has 2.4K. Right? Like, it's a really weird thing how there's just no interest. There's just no interest. It's really disheartening because I love this game. Dude, they're... Oh, I might have no choice. I think I have no choice. Let's just do it. Yeah. It's... Whoa! How did you get in here? Bro. You wanna do this? Let's tango. Let's tango. Wait, you jumped off the mountain? Or you climbed up the tree? Jumped off the mountain or climbed up the tree? Let's not let him climb up the tree. I'm gonna fall off this mountain trying to climb. Oh, I knew it! I knew it! Oh well. Didn't work. Didn't work. 7 Days to Die, 3.8K. Yeah. 7 Days to Die has the bigger community out of all of them. That explains why it has like a... Uh-oh. I'm stuck. There we go. Whew. That explains why it has like the more active community and like there's drama around it because there's more people watching it. There's like nobody watching this. There's nobody watching Sons of the Forest. Subnautica bounces between like 900 to about 3,000. But 7 Days to Die tends to stick around 3,000 at all times. Yeah, 7 Days to Die, it's a good game. Like I said, I walked away from it for a little bit, mainly because I don't like how the devs react to not good situations. You know? And I wouldn't want to build my channel around a group of devs that are so aggressive towards their creators. I wouldn't want to be a part of that. So that's why I kind of stayed away from it. It is tempting because the numbers are good, but I don't know if I want to really rely on that. You know what I mean? Now, Juica, do you think the game is a flop because the game itself was no good, or do you mean that it's a flop just because like it had a community and then it just died out pretty quick? Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it since launch either. I will say though, and I'm not saying this as like a to make excuses that no, it's actually a good game, guys. Trust me. But just seeing how little interest there is in survival games, there's not really a big enough community to have ongoing news happening. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Subnautica. Subnautica is a fantastic game. It's such a good game. And nobody really talks about it. And then Below Zero came out, and there was a lot of hype around that, and then people just stopped talking about it. Below Zero was not as good as the regular, or the original Subnautica, but like, it just really fell off hard. So I feel like no matter what kind of game it is, any survival game just in general is not going to do well because there's not a huge demand for games like that. Damn, dude, you took 2 arrows. He was an adventurer, and he took an arrow to the knee. Yeah, I'll probably play it again. I can't say that I won't. I'm really liking the survival thing, so I'll probably play it again, and I'll probably be more attentive to it. You know? You know what I mean? Especially if I'm streaming it around this time, and I'm at a more consistent level than I have been. You know, because before I was streaming for a couple of hours a day. I was playing 7 Days to Die maybe once a week. I wasn't super consistent at it. I wasn't really giving myself enough time because if I play for an hour, you're not really going to learn the mechanics in an hour. But if I do it more consistently, I can see myself getting further. And I think I would be okay with playing with you. There'd be a few people that I would be okay with playing 7 Days to Die. You know, on stream or whatever. And the beauty of it is because it's a survival game, even if you guys aren't around to play, it's not like something like Dark Souls, where like if I'm playing Dark Souls with my brother, I can't really play it without him because we were playing it co-op, you know what I mean? But 7 Days to Die, even if everybody can't be there and they're only there like occasionally on like special events or whatever, at least I can continue playing the game without other people. I don't have to rely on them, and they don't have to feel like they were left out if I played without them. So I think we'll probably add that back on. I just don't know when. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's also another option, is making a server specifically for the people I want to play with, you know? That's definitely a thing. Because, like, I know a girl Thulu's mentioned that she would be willing to play once in a while. And you're saying you're willing to play. I think Mr. FOV said he was willing to play. So, like, there would be a variety of people. I would have to, like, come up with at least some basic rules. I know, like, you guys wouldn't really break them. But you never know. We might invite somebody who plays just slightly different. And they do things that might grief our experience. But, yeah, I think I would be open to something like that. But not really enough. Yeah, I haven't kept up with Sons of the Forest at all. I saw the release. And all the reviews around the release and everybody singing its praises, talking about how amazing of a release it was and how it fixed all the issues in the original Forest. But that's as far as I looked. I didn't really get past that. It's... You're back in here, dude! And so, like, it's kind of disappointing because it did get so much hype when it first got released. But since I haven't followed it, I didn't realize that there hadn't really been any major updates. Which kind of sucks. I mean, it is kind of new, so I wouldn't expect, like, anything huge to be launched with it. Any DLC or anything. But that kind of sucks. And then, yeah, I kind of did fall off, which also kind of sucks. I know. Preston wants to see me in seduce a bear. Under 18, so you kicked and banned him. Yeah, and that's kind of what would happen is, and there's how can I explain this? Like, you have to almost look at gaming differently when you're a content creator. We would understand this because you've done it. You've streamed and stuff. But you have to think of gameplay differently when you're a content creator because it's more of a job, right? Like, you're not doing it just for the fun of doing it. Like, I don't want to be playing this game with this light on and this light on, and I want to be sitting with my feet up. And like when I game, let me change to the just chatting scene. I'll remember to turn it back. I promise. When I'm doing the just chatting scene, or when I'm playing on my own, I normally like to sit like this. This is how I'm usually gaming when I'm on my own. The chair is almost fully laid back. I'm chilled out. I'm relaxing. This does not look good on stream. Nobody wants to watch this on stream. You all know me, so like, you think it would be funny or whatever. But I like to play like this. I don't like to sit straight up. But on stream I have to because it's a show, right? Like, you're not here to watch me be lazy. You're here to watch me, entertain, basically. So there are parts about streaming that are very specific to streaming. And, oh my God, I'm being surrounded. This is nuts. And the way you game is slightly different when you're streaming because I do have to pay attention to chat. I do have to, stop once in a while. Or maybe I have a set goal in mind when I'm gaming that I wouldn't necessarily skip if I was playing privately, but I'm going to do it on stream just to give myself more content, basically. And somebody who doesn't stream doesn't necessarily understand that, so they're going to add things that'll kind of get in the way of me doing it that way, and so then it becomes more of a hassle, and they're not doing it because they're trying to be jerks. It's just you're not thinking that this is content. And so it's kind of the same way as being in a server. You set rules for a server because you are dealing with a variety of people, right? It's different than playing with just like your best friend. And younger people have a bit of a harder time with that because they think, well, I can grief you because it's just all in good fun. It's jokes, kind of like the video from yesterday that I posted. A lot of the young children, because they are children, it's not, they could be 18 years old, 19 years old, but they have the mentality of a child. They can't comprehend the fact that you can joke around, poking fun and making fun of a friend who you know. But when you say it to a stranger, you don't know that person. You're not actually poking fun. You're insulting them and you're trying to belittle them, right? Whether you think it's a joke, that's fine. That's you thinking it's a joke. But you're speaking to a stranger. So if you insulted them, it's not their fault that they felt insulted. It's your fault for being a jerk. And so it's kind of the same with servers. You'll get somebody who will like do things to kind of be a troll while gaming because they can get away with it with their friends. Like they're legitimate, like in real life friends that they hang out with all the time. But the thing is that they might be your friend, but they're not my friend. And we're playing on the same server, so they might troll me and I might not like it. And now I'm not having fun in the server, but you and me are friends and you still want me on the server. So you're going to set a rule that like, hey, you can't troll in this way. But some people just don't understand that, like, hey, when you're in a group server with a bunch of people, there are going to be some concessions you're going to make. You're going to do some stuff that might upset people, so we're not going to allow those things. Not because we don't want to have fun, but because we want everybody to have fun. That just means you can't do everything you think is fun. You're going to have to give up some stuff so everybody can have fun, rather than you getting everything you want and then somebody has no fun. You know what I mean? I did promise and I forgot. Oh, that's the best. See, this is where I need the memes. This is where I need the memes on screen. Ah!
Scene.
Woo! Oh, thank you for reminding me about the scene. I did promise, though. I deserved it. Because I promised and I completely blamed... I completely fell through with my promise. It doesn't even matter that I looked, Weewin. It doesn't even matter because I was still distracted with the fact that I did it. And then right when it happened, I was reading your message and I saw that you said same with Preston and Ryan, but I didn't know what you were talking about. And so I was trying to see if like Ryan was there. So I was distracted anyway. So you got me. Oh my God, that hurt my chest. That scared me. That hurt my chest. You like the Skyrim quote? Heck yeah. Heck yeah, Brian. I hope your day is going okay, Brian. Okay, I don't see the hole that I had found before that was asking me to like blow it up with some dynamite. We saw it on a stream. I just don't know where I saw it. I still haven't found the rebreather either. And I have no clue how to get down this mountain. Like, how do I climb down this into the sinkhole? I got the climbing axes. I thought I could use those, but it doesn't look like it. But yeah, like there's rules that are set in place for a reason, right? So it would have to be kind of the same with the stream. There are going to have to be certain rules just to kind of avoid any potential like headaches that people might get, but also to kind of make sure that they're kind of in place. And these rules wouldn't be so much like how you play the game, but more rules like who's allowed in and who isn't, and how like joining would work and stuff. Just to make sure, like, if I say no to somebody, that they don't think it's, oh, he just doesn't like me. Instead, it's like, no, we have set rules on like who's going to be qualified and not qualified to be a part of it. Because in the end, I'm going to be doing a lot of content based around it, right? And so like I wouldn't want to risk it being more troublesome for me to have content around it. Obviously, nobody else is expected to be a part of the content or be there when I'm live or whatever. Like, we could play offline sometimes or whatever. But just stuff like that. Just I wouldn't want to have people be offended that I said no to them. Because it's just a rule. It's kind of like with my mod thing. There are certain things that I keep in mind when it comes to modding somebody that I don't really talk about openly. Like, it's not like I have prerequisites. Like, hey, you have to meet these prerequisites, because anybody could lie. But I've got certain things in my mind that I'm like, I'm not going to accept somebody as a mod if they do these certain things. Or I'm not going to accept them if they haven't done these certain things. So then that way, I also don't get skewed with like, well, I really like this person, so I'll give them a chance. Or I don't like this person and I miss out on a really good mod. You know. You do have all of them. You have a pair of them, Weewin. No, I was too busy putting in spanking. Sorry, when you said contract, I was just listening to a podcast yesterday, and it was one of those like crime ones. But one of the things that really stood out about that specific episode was the guy was into BDSM, and he would make contracts for the women that he would be with. So right now that you said contract, that's the first thing I thought of. Just the oranges, though. But yeah, like, you know, I like playing by myself on stream just because I can kind of have my own conversation. I can blab on for forever. And it's oh, whoa, whoa, I've been wasting battery. And it's hard sometimes when you're streaming because you want to chat with the person that you're playing with. So you're interacting and actually playing together. At the same time, you don't want to ignore your chat, but by chatting with your chat, you're filling in the airways. So you have to constantly mute yourself, and then you forget to unmute. And like that can be kind of hard to deal with at times. What the heck? It just randomly spawned in the middle of the air. That's hilarious. I haven't seen any deer, and I have to head to that mountain, but it's cold. All right, you know what? At night, we'll go to sleep. We'll wake up. I'll go down there, and I'm going to see if I can do anything by carrying a torch. Like, maybe carrying the torch will make it easier to stay warm and just explore a little bit of the snow. See if we see anything out there. That's the sign of a good man, when he will laugh just as hard. That's the sign of the kind of husband you want. Have a good night, Nikki. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. It kind of depends, Jusa. The problem with TikTok is, like, when it comes to interacting, is that TikTok for some reason has to show me every time somebody comes into the chat, which is something that is, one, really annoying, and two, is teaching a really bad habit to newer creators that think you have to say hi to everybody as soon as they pop in, because most people don't like to get called out. So it's really annoying. But on top of that, oh, what am I doing? It's daytime. On top of that, though, it makes you ignore the movement you see in the chat because it's constantly moving every time somebody opens up the stream. And they don't actually open it up by clicking on it. They just swipe and you're just on the screen, and then all of a sudden it counts as somebody's in your new chat. And so it makes the streamer ignore it. That being said, there are days where nobody is talking on YouTube or Twitch, and it's only people talking on TikTok. So I'm far more interactive on TikTok. And then if somebody does come to Twitch, I just forget about Twitch because I've been talking to TikTok for the last hour. So then I'm not very good on Twitch or YouTube. But then the opposite happens as well, where I will be super, super interactive with Twitch because it's very, very busy and there's a bunch of people talking and we're all being really interactive. And I just forget that I have TikTok open. So it kind of just depends on the day. It kind of just depends on what's happening and who's being interactive or not. So there's not really a straightforward answer, you know? Blame the oranges. It is. It's always the oranges. The oranges are to blame for everything. Them and the chickens. They blame for everything. Just nothing. I haven't found anything worthwhile. Oh, wait. Is this... No. Is this... No. It looks something like this, but it has like a dynamite symbol when you walk over it. But that's not it. I thought that might have been it. You used to have mangoes? It's okay. I'm actually a fan of, like, oranges, apples, you know? I'm okay with that. Actually, I dated a girl for a while that actually had them reduced surgically. Now, she had them reduced because of pain. She had really, really bad back problems because of how large they were. And so she got them reduced. And even reduced, they were still between a C and a D. Is he ASMR breathing right now because we're sneaking? But yeah, I'm all about the smaller ones, for sure. Your colleague has, like, melons. The sad part for this person that I dated was that they got them reduced because they were heavier. They weren't, like, overweight or anything. They were just a chubbier person. So they got them reduced, and then they became a vegan and became a health nut, and they lost a bunch of weight, and then those were the first to go. She was pretty upset about that. Upset because she's like, I paid to reduce these, and now they're just gone on their own. I should have saved my money. don't see the deer, I lost it. I just wasted 2 arrows on this deer for nothing. That's really frustrating. R? There we go. But you feel more empty. Yeah. That's okay, though. But I am a little bit skewed because I'm just not a boob guy. Never have been. I've never really understood the attraction. I mean, they're attractive. They're hot. Don't get me wrong. But like when my friends, when I was growing up and they would be talking. Sorry, I'll be like that guy on YouTube. Whenever I was growing up. You only grow up once, bro. It's when you were growing up. When I was growing up, my friends would be like, oh, did you see that girl's boobs? They're so big, man. Oh, it's so hot. And I'm like, okay. I like her butt. I guess. Like, her boobs are nice, sure. But, like, I like her butt. Like, no, man, it's her boobs. Her boobs are where it's hot. Okay. Hey, Cindy's pretty attractive. Bro, she's got, like, A cups. Like, that's not even hot. But she's still hot, man. But she's still hot. What do you mean? You know? You had your reduction 15 years ago? Wow. Runs to the gym to train the glutes. I'm Latino. We like butts. What can I say? I'm a butt man myself. I actually have a pretty big butt myself. Hey, we got an old pot. What does that do? I can boil water. No way. Now I don't have to worry about it raining anymore. Nice. And I built my base right by a bunch of water. This is great. Now that I'm wandering around in the forest, I found it. Who would have thought that the forest would want you to wander around in the forest? Has a really nice brown butt. You're jealous? Yeah, I'm a butt man. I'm a butt man. I'm lucky. I don't have to work out my butt, and I have a nice butt. Now, I don't know if women find my butt nice, but it's a big round butt. So I'm lucky that I have that without having to actually put the effort in. And it's kind of even funnier because I sit on my butt for the stream for so many hours. And I have a nice butt. So, like, you would think that I spend all my days sitting, I would have a really flat butt. But he lives in Canada. That's funny. That's funny. That's the irony, right? Anybody that would be a good match, they're always in a different country. That's like if I check out Tinder and stuff, I live right by the border. And everybody that pops up on those apps, they're always in the States. And the Canadian ones that pop up, I'm just like, no. No, not interested. Because, you know, it'll be like I'll only date purebloods. If you're a sheep, swipe right. Oh, God. If you call other people sheep, you're just like every other person out there that calls people sheep. So I don't know who the sheep is, but I would venture to guess it's you. So I'm just like, no, I'm not going to go for you. But then I see somebody that's like, I'm into the arts. I play video games. You know, I like going to cons and dressing up. I'm looking for somebody to be my partner in crime. Like, yes, USA. Damn it. I'm not going across the border. Hey, the bloody one's here. I'm not going to the States. I don't want to have to cross the border every time I want to see you. I could barely afford to survive. You think I can afford to go to another country on a regular basis? Whoops. Damn it. But she doesn't want a guy for now. That's okay. I'm not a guy. I'm a child. I'm a child. Aw. What's my Twitch? Same thing. Retro for the first time. That's what it is on everything. The only ones that have a different name are Instagram and Twitter. I don't use Twitter anymore. But Instagram, I think, is Retro FTFT because Retro for the first time didn't fit because my genius butt decided that a really, really long username was a great idea. Yeah, no, it's understandable. It's understandable. I wouldn't want to date somebody that just got out of a bad relationship anyway. Or even if it wasn't a bad relationship. But I wouldn't want to date somebody that just got out of a relationship because there's always going to be... damage isn't the right word because that makes it sound like they're a broken person. But there's always going to be things that they still have to kind of address. Right? It's kind of like me. Ah, Juica, thank you so much. How are you? Whoo! You got a free jump scare for coming over here. You still have stuff to carry, right? And like it's like with me. I am so it's complicated. I hate that term. It's complicated. But like Alana and I officially broke up about 3 or 4 months ago, in the sense of officially as in like we finally said out loud the relationship is done. But I had been sleeping in a different room. We hadn't been spending time together. We didn't even text each other for about 2 years. We didn't even eat dinner together for about 2 years. So even though officially it's been done for like 3-4 months, it was done for a couple of years by this point. You know what I mean? But I'm still not really ready to jump into a relationship. If anything, like if I was to meet somebody, it would just be more for like somebody to go for coffee with, to hang out with once in a while. You know, maybe have somebody to invite to do something stupid like go to Comic-Con or whatever, right? But not to actually find like a true love or anything. I'm not interested in that. I'm not even like... honestly, I'm not even interested in the potential of a relationship down the line. Just because I don't want that responsibility anymore, and I don't want... I know that my personality type kind of sucks for relationships. So I don't want to need somebody else. Do you know what I mean? And I don't want to be, like, responsible to somebody else. Not like I have to take care of them, but, like, if I make a decision, when you're in a relationship, you have to consider the other person. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean that, like, that's unfair. I just don't want that. I want to be able to just buy something stupid and not feel guilty buying something stupid. Or be able to, you know, go somewhere without having to answer for somebody. Or if I stream for 6 hours instead of just 4, I don't have to deal with somebody getting mad at me for having streamed for 6 hours. You know what I mean? She still loves him, but they're apart because of some stuff, and as long as he doesn't change. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, you don't just stop loving somebody. Right? Like it's not that simple. I think it's complete BS when you hear somebody say that when they're like, "Oh, I don't love him anymore." You were together for 10 years, 12 years, 20 years in your friend's case. What do you mean you don't love them anymore? You were together for a while. You had a life. It's not like you were just casually dating. You don't just stop loving somebody. Does that mean you want to be with them? No. But you don't just stop loving somebody. What button is it? What button is it? Oh god, I don't remember what my flash... Oh wait, it's this one. I couldn't remember what my flashlight button was. It scared me. Ew, there's dead bodies in there. How... Are there more dynamite? How do these Why do these campers have dynamite? My battery's dead, isn't it? Yep. Wait, it still works with 0% battery? It's brighter with it, but it still works with 0% battery. That's cool. He buys it then after. There's going to be a package, by the way. Yeah, there's a point where you go, like, I don't love this person anymore. Like when you reach a certain level, there's like I don't love you anymore. And depending on the circumstance, right? Like if they're abusive and stuff. What? There's raccoons in this game? Since when are there raccoons in this game? I've been playing this for hours and I've never seen one until now. Maybe because I sleep every night. But yeah, like if they're abusive and stuff, there's definitely no love, right? This is more in the case of like you just kind of drift apart, or they did something to you and they broke up with you. It's hard to just like stop loving them, and it not necessarily in love with them, but like they were a part of your life. It's really hard not to include them in your day to day from one day to the next, right? It's kind of where I am now. Like I wasn't happy. I hadn't been happy in a really long time. But I still cared about her, and I still cared about Nora and stuff. And so like now, even though we're apart, I'm still sad. I still feel bad about it. I still miss them. You know, I'll do silly things where I catch myself taking them into consideration. Do you know what I mean? Where like I'll be out and I'll see something, I'm like, oh, Alana would really like this. But then I remember and it's like, oh yeah, I'm not with her anymore, so it doesn't matter if she would really like this because it doesn't matter anymore. But there's still that, right? Like they still mean something to me. Now, mind you, I was dumped, so I am allowed to still be in love with her. But yeah, you know, you need time to heal. It's a life change. It's they've done studies where they've tested people's brains after a breakup, and it affects you the same way as losing somebody, like somebody dies in your life. It affects you the exact same way. You know? Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. I gotta enable the channel point redemption. I gotta do that. But yeah, it's like my biological mom. My biological mom. My biological daughter's mom. I don't have any love for her. I don't have any, like, anything for her. I'll see pictures of her and I'm just like, she's not even attractive. Like, I can look at her and say, yeah, no, I get it. You know, I was attracted to her at one point, and she is a pretty woman, right? Like, she's a good-looking woman. But I look at her and I'm just like, gross. I don't have any feelings towards her at all. Nothing good, anyway. So, yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. But when it's fresh and you've been with somebody for 20 years and you've built a whole life with them, it's hard to kind of just move on. You know? I know, you could have had so many points by now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being a disappointment. I'm not doing my streamer duties. I don't do my streamer duties. Is that edible? Nope. Is that edible? Yes. Oh, that spoiled meat. No, all my meat went bad. All my meat went bad. Hold on. I'll turn on the thing now because I'm going to forget if I don't. If I don't do it now, I'm going to forget, honestly. Oh, wait. No, it's not. It just looks green. It wasn't actually green. It just looked green. I guess just the nighttime filter did that, maybe? Okay, let's turn on my channel points. I'm not going to have redemptions working. They might, as soon as I turn them on, they might actually enable. So just ignore them for now. Don't use them for now. Yeah, see, they're all enabled right now. I don't have any of these available, so I'm not going to actually use them. I'm just going to disable them for now. I will enable them eventually. I'm going to add, like, little memes on screen and stuff. Just so people have stuff to use them for. You know what I mean? Because I do like them. I just didn't have them because I didn't want the responsibility and I wasn't trying to make my channel, you know, grow or anything. Okay. I think they're on now. So if they're on, maybe refresh to see if they're working on Twitch. But yeah, I'll like enable memes and stuff. And hey, Jusa, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's like super, super kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'll be like enabling, you know, I used to have them. I'll record new ones because the old ones weren't the best quality and I was bald. So I look very different. But like, I'm going to bring some of the old ones back where I did one where like I punched myself in the face. Hey, where'd the pot? The pot is gone. No, it's over here. Oh, I gave myself a heart attack there. I had one where, how do I, there we go. I had one where like a video of me would pop up and I would punch myself in the face. Or I had one where like I would, back when she was a thing that was all over TikTok, I had one that did that. I did praise the sun. I might do stuff like that. Bring them all back. Just to make them, something, give you guys something to kind of manipulate me, right? I also had like different camera angles you could enable through that, but I don't know if that's really going to be worth it anymore. But yeah, you know, we'll do stuff like that. I wanna eventually. I don't have them anymore, but I do want to eventually buy new LED strips back there. I have some, but I want to buy new ones that I want to have be controlled by chat, so you can, you know, use channel points to actually trigger the channels to change or the colors to change. You know, stuff like that. Oh, what? If I put that in, what does it do? Is that like a soup or something I'm making? $12.5K. Like, did they stayed saved? Even though I disabled them, they stayed there? Yes, set your alarm, Weewin. You do not want to sleep in due to me. They saved. Nice. Okay, I was really worried because when I turned them off, I was like, I think I might have erased everybody's, and that's not good. But no, it didn't erase. Amazing. Oh, that's cool. Great. Because I know Tara had a whole bunch of points. Nikki had a ridiculous amount of points, but I think she used them all, so she was starting to gain them again. Cool. So then, at least that's there. So I'll have to work on those memes real soon, to at least get them up so everybody can have something to do with them. You know, at least the memes, maybe some alerts being triggered by it. I do have to work on those because I don't want those to be super loud, because I don't want jump scares to be easy, because then there's no incentive to pay for them. And, you know, I'm not trying to make it rich as a streamer, but I would like to make some money as a streamer. So I want to keep that kind of behind a paywall instead of it being just a free thing. I might include like a really expensive jump scare channel point redemption. You know what I mean? Like, do one that costs a lot of points, just so that way people who have been here for a long time, hey, you get a freebie every once in a while. Well, thank you. So, if I remember correctly, if you're talking about the split that I get between Twitch and myself, I think the Prime is actually worth less than the regular, like, because it costs less money than a regular sub, and because it's free, there's already a docked amount that they give me, and then they still take their cut from that. So I think it's actually worth, is it half or 2/3 of what they normally give you? Something like that. That being said, I personally find it kind of offensive when you find streamers that treat a Prime sub as if it's lesser than. Because even though it might be less money in my pocket, you still gave me the Prime sub. So like it's still a pretty big deal, right? Unless I'm getting like 500 subs a month, and you know, then a Prime sub is obviously not a huge deal, but like I still think it's a pretty big deal. Whether it's, you know, $1 or $2 or $5, it doesn't really matter. The fact that you gave it to me still means a lot. So I appreciate it anyway. But yeah, it's honestly it's a huge deal, right? Like it's you supporting the channel. That's what it is. Like we've been talking about this. You haven't been here too long, but I talked about this last stream. That right now a lot of my hardware is like out the window. Sorry, I'm trying not to yawn on camera. My one light is dead, and my camera, the HDMI port, is dead. I have it like putting pressure on the HDMI port just for it to work, but it's on its way out. What was the other thing? The light is gone. That's gone. I'm pretty sure one of my motherboard, like my motherboard on my streaming PC, is gone because it's giving me issues with the USB port. But just right before I started the stream, I got rid of my sticky mouse and I pulled out my other one for my stream PC. And as I was plugging it in, I moved a few cables and everything disconnected for no reason. So the motherboard's starting to go. It's an older PC, so it's starting to go. So I need a new motherboard. So it's like I need equipment replacement. So every sub, every bit, every donation, that's what it's going towards. So like it's directly supporting the channel. It's not even like money in my pocket. It's supporting the channel. So absolutely it means a lot. So the fact that you use the Prime sub means a lot. Seriously. Yeah, no, it's less because the way Twitch kind of sees it, and it is legitimately the right way to see it, although I personally think they should just give me the whole amount, but whatever, is that you would pay whatever Prime costs, right, wherever you are. But let's just say it's like $10 for Prime a month. Well, that's supposed to cover the shipping and the Amazon access to like the better prices and stuff. It also covers Amazon Prime TV, so you can watch those shows, and it covers the Amazon Gaming, which also is an extra benefit. So when they give me the Prime, they're technically they're kind of like giving me money because you're getting all that other stuff, right? Or they're giving you all that stuff for free, and the money you paid is going towards me. So they give me a smaller cut so they can still keep their own cut. But that's fine. You know, it's not costing you any extra money, but it's extra money for me. So like it's definitely a positive. You know what I mean? You canceled the affiliate program? Yeah, I'm on the same page as the other people who aren't really fans of affiliate programs. I don't hate it, but I don't care about it. Like some people, there's new streamers, and I get it because they're excited, but there's new streamers that really act like reaching affiliate is this gigantic achievement. Before I go any further, I'm not saying this to belittle their achievement. I'm not saying like they're stupid, it doesn't matter. I just mean like some newer streamers believe that becoming affiliate is much more powerful than it really is. Like they feel like if they've reached affiliate, brands are going to take them more seriously, that they're going to suddenly start making a ton of money. But affiliate, one, it's not super hard to achieve affiliate. It's hard, but it's not super hard. But two, reaching affiliate doesn't actually give you any extra benefits. And getting bits and subs is nice, but Twitch takes a gigantic cut of your bits and subs. I make far more money through my donation link than I do through bits and subs. Because through my donation link, the money goes directly to me, and PayPal takes a very short, like a very small amount. Streamlabs takes a very small amount. So when you donate $10 through my PayPal, I still end up with more than $8 in my pocket. But if you donate like $10 worth of subs on Twitch, I end up with like $4, $5 after all the fees are paid. So like being an affiliate isn't really that big of a deal. I do think it's kind of silly that Twitch doesn't allow you to just turn it off if you don't want it. You have to actually request to be removed. Yeah, they take a huge chunk. And like YouTube does too, but YouTube only takes 30%. We get 70%. Twitch takes 50-50. And so it's like you're not doing any work and you're taking half the money that I brought in for my viewers because of my content. Like I'm using your servers. So I get it. Like you deserve your cut. But you don't deserve half of the cut because you didn't do half of the work. You literally just hosted it. I did everything else. At least if there was some other effort that they were doing behind it, then maybe. You know what I mean? Hello, Night Owl. How you doing? Yeah, and they when they've just changed it recently, so I don't know what they are anymore. But like for a while there, when you became partner, there was a much better opportunity at getting a higher percentage. But even then, it still wasn't that great. And when you're a partner, they completely lock you in. Like, they don't want you streaming on any other platform. And so being partner to me is definitely not interesting. Would I accept it? It depends on where my position would be. You know, where I would be in my life when it comes to streaming. Like, if I was in a place where I was like, you know what, being a partner is going to bring me a bigger benefit, then maybe. But where I am right now, I don't see the benefit to being a partner because I like being able to stream wherever I want and make content wherever I want and not have to respond to Twitch and be responsible to Twitch. Whereas if I became a partner, they're really, really picky about what they'll do. And even then, depending on how well you perform, they'll ditch you. That's what happened to one of my friends. He was a partner, and then out of nowhere, he started to lose. Let's go back and explore the cave. Out of nowhere, he wasn't getting much support from the Twitch partner program that he was getting before. And now, like, I don't know if he's been, like, removed from the partner program, but no benefit to him at all. And that's kind of crappy. Yet he's still tied into just working for Twitch. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Night Owl. A landlord shouldn't be getting half of your profit of your business. Exactly. Twitch takes way too much. Is that why people are switching to Kick? That is one of the selling points. That is one of the selling points. Probably the biggest reason for Kick is that they take a much smaller cut. There is an argument, though. Some people are of the belief that the people selling, or the people on Kick, or people running Kick, the people running Kick can only do it for so long because running a platform is very, very expensive, which is a very good argument. At the same time, Kick is run by a casino. And I don't think people realize how much money casinos make for how little they have to invest. Because it's not like a regular business. Like Amazon has to have warehouses. They have to have employees. They have to have equipment. They have to have maintenance. Like there's a lot that goes into running something like Amazon. But running a casino, especially an online casino, at least the last I heard, it was run by an online casino company, not a real physical casino. They have to run servers. That's it. Like they don't actually have to have as much input for money as Amazon does. So the profit they make is much more in their pocket than what Amazon gets. And Amazon makes a ton of profit. But casinos also make a ton of profit. And so they get to keep a lot more of it. So they can spend a lot more of it on something like Kick. So I don't think that they would run out that easily. I do think eventually they will, but I don't think they'll run out that easily. And they also know that running a stream is a really great way to get more people into their casinos. So to them, it's even a benefit to invest into streaming. But yeah, that's one of the reasons people are moving to Kick, basically. Yeah, Twitch is owned by Amazon. They don't really pay for anything. Yeah, I just mean more like when people are saying that like, you know, because Amazon says they can't, like Twitch, but Amazon owns them, say they can't invest more money because they're losing money with Twitch, which is right. They are losing money with Twitch. But they're investment to return is very different than what it would be for somebody like Stake, because Stake is a casino, and having people who stream casino content on a casino website will bring more revenue to the casino. So there's a very different return to investing money on Kick for that company as there is for Amazon investing into Twitch. And so like that, I think would have a different outcome for giving a better split on Kick versus Twitch, because Twitch is already losing money. So if they split more, they're going to lose more. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know if I'm making sense with what I'm trying to say. Yeah, and that's it. It really depends on where Kick goes, because Kick could be working in the hole and not be able to keep up with the higher investment, right? In the long run, if they're not getting their return on it. So they might flounder and be like a firework, be real bright real quick, but then it disappears just as quick. But I'm with you. I'm glad that there are more options, because it's really frustrating as a content creator, not just with Twitch, but with any content platform, when you're limited and have no choices. Like, look what's going on with YouTube. YouTube is really the only feasible long-form content platform out there. There's not really a lot of options if you want to make long-form videos that are perpetual outside of YouTube. Like, there's a couple of other websites, but they don't have the turnout that YouTube has. And so YouTube knows that they kind of have you stuck, and they can get away with treating you badly, and there's not really an option. You either deal with it or you go to a platform that's not going to get you anywhere. So seeing more options for something like streaming that really doesn't have a lot of support is a breath of fresh air. It's really nice to know that there are options out there for streamers. I'm still not really a fan of Kick, just because who's like the heads of it and who's really promoting it and all that kind of stuff, and how little. I know they recently released a TOS, I think, but like there's a little amount of moderation on there. And I get it, people are like, freedom of speech, blah blah blah, but like you need some moderation. You don't want a place that's going to be completely toxic and full of people attacking people and hateful rhetoric and stuff. So like I'm still kind of not really a fan of Kick, but you know, I'm not going to discount it either. At least there's options, and options are only a benefit for the creator. Funny thing is, the few times that I did stream on Kick, it felt like Twitch with like a green paint on it. Like a green, I can't remember, a green theme. Like, if you know how you can pick dark theme, it's green theme. It feels exactly like Twitch. Yeah, they definitely do treat people better than you would expect a multi-billion-dollar company to treat creators when they have a monopoly and they can kind of just do whatever they want. But there's definitely parts of it that like are really, really not great that YouTube should work on. Like, the biggest criticism that most YouTube creators have, and something that gets addressed a lot in videos talking about, you know, should I leave YouTube, is the whole idea of, if you get caught with like a copyright strike and somebody's abusing the system, or like you get banned incorrectly, they just don't care. There is no way to reach out to them. There's no way for you to like be, hey, can you help? But people don't realize that that's happening because they see big creators get the help, but YouTube only cares about the really, really big creators. But like large to medium-sized creators and smaller, if you get banned, you're stuck. There's nothing you can do. YouTube's not going to listen. You can go through their whole appeal process, but nobody human actually sees it. And so you genuinely have no argument against being banned. And that part really sucks about YouTube. Counter argument, there is so much content on YouTube, it's really hard for them to stick with it. So it's a double-edged sword. You know? It kind of sucks. Really? I didn't know that. That's funny. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's why they look so similar. Yeah, I didn't know that. That could also explain why Amazon isn't really putting up a fight against Kick. They're not really doing anything because it's like, well, if they succeed, I'm still making money off them. But yeah, every platform has its problem. Being a content creator sucks because you're subservient to whoever's in charge. Like you literally just have to deal with whatever they want you to deal with. You can't actually have full control over your own content because you're reliant on them. And that kind of sucks, but it's the nature of the beast, I guess. I think it's just really funny when I see videos on TikTok talking about Twitch and saying that, like, Twitch is the worst place to stream and it's full of so many problems, they need to go to YouTube. But then you watch videos about YouTube where they're like, YouTube sucks, you need to go to Twitch. Because they've all got problems. They're all trashy and bad at their communication and bad at the way that they treat their streamers and ignoring what streamers actually want. And all of them have it. They just have a different variety of them. Like, the biggest problem that I have with YouTube is it's less gamified, and I wish it was more gamified to give more incentive to viewers. And I hate that their streaming isn't something that they promote in general. So, like, people don't really consider YouTube a place to watch streams. Although apparently I just watched Philip DeFranco was doing news coverage, and apparently there was a survey that was done by, like, an advertising company, and they argue that their results say that, like, 70%, was it 70? I don't know. I know it was more than double the percentage of teenagers that they surveyed will watch content on YouTube over Twitch and TikTok, specifically live streaming. That they're far more likely to watch live streams on YouTube. Like, that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild, because you think Twitch would be the place, but, like, it was more than double answered that they would rather watch on YouTube. Yep, you never have to explain what YouTube is. You also have the reach of reaching people who don't watch streams or aren't interested in streams, and you can still run into them. Whereas Twitch, you're only going to run into people who know what Twitch is and are interested in live streams. But YouTube, you can find somebody who might have just been watching, like, a documentary on YouTube, and then you got suggested, and then they watched you, and then there you go. Now they're suddenly a stream fan when they never would have even considered streaming as a piece of content. No. Pick up the water, dude. There's a giant lake. Can you not pick up the water from this underwater lake? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Huh. Exactly. Exactly. It's creators who will go live once in a while, or they have, like, a once-a-week thing to supplement their videos, like Spawnwave. Spawnwave goes live, but he goes live once a week to have his little podcast to talk with the other game creators so he can address whatever happened that week. But it's not his mainstay thing. But that's a huge benefit for people because you have content that people can watch. If you make content offline, that they can watch whenever they want. And then if they catch you live, they feel they already know who you are, so they know that they want to watch you. Whereas, like, on a live stream, if somebody's never seen you before, they may not even click because they're just not interested in learning somebody new. And there's another cassette tape. And there's again, back to the you could find somebody who doesn't watch live streams, and they'll randomly just start hanging out, and then next thing you know, you've got a new viewer. And it wasn't somebody that would normally watch a live stream. And I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. I got lucky that I reached the partnership program. I don't know if I'm actually still in it. I think I am. But I reached it back when they first implemented live streaming on YouTube, and they were really pushing it. It was very easy to hit the partner program, and I had like a very high influx of viewers, so I was able to reach it like within a month. But I was live streaming, and I was averaging, 50, 60 viewers per stream. They counted their views differently back then too. Like I would finish a stream and it wouldn't be unheard of to have like 3,000 views at my end of the stream, 1,500 views at the end of my stream, because they counted them. Just anybody that clicked through counted as a view. Now they have like you have to wait a certain amount of time for them to count as a view, and they have to chat and stuff. So now my viewership, it's like I finished a stream, 5 views. But I was able to reach partner. Now, mind you, I'm not making good enough content to get ad revenue, but I've gotten ad revenue. I've gotten money from it, so it does add up. And because YouTube pays better with their ad revenue, it doesn't take an obscene amount of views to get ad revenue on YouTube. So that's a really huge thing. All right, Weewin. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here and spending some time with us. Have a good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be live tomorrow. Unless something goes wrong. I don't see a way to see underwater. I also don't see where I can get the rebreather. My dad dude is in trouble because he's getting really cold. Okay, Weebin, you lurk away. Hello, Michael Jackson. Welcome back. I hate that it's dark and I can't see and I can't turn on a flashlight. It's plastic. Why can't it work underwater? Yeah, I don't see anything, so I don't really know where I'm supposed to go from here. Oh, I've been live for 4 hours. I should probably stop soon. And it's only 5:40. I actually have the rest of the evening. I mean, I go to work at 10, so I'm not going to be free for hours and hours and hours on end, but I got about 4 hours that I could just like chill out. That's not bad. I'm happy with that. You know, I'm happy with that. Can I jump over that gap maybe? Right? I had never heard of free time until recently. It's a new invention apparently. Apparently it's not even that new of an invention. It's just something that's just hitting the mainstream for the first time. Mainstream for the first time. Oh, wait, what can I add to it? Oh, sneezy. Lemon squeezy. You don't have the free time DLC yet. It's pretty expensive, man. It's pretty expensive. It's hard to get. You have to make sure you platinum life before you get a chance for that. It's not fun. It's, oh, they make them look so gory. Okay, let's risk it. Okay. Whew. All right, Ty. Oh, my landlord messaged me. Give me a sec. Oh, nice. That looks so cool. That's so cool. I can never remember what time zones people are in. That's why I take the wild guesstimate and just add 6 hours. Because obviously, oh, gross. Daylight savings time doesn't apply everywhere, so that makes a mess of time zones. And each area in Europe, you know, depending on where they are, could be in a different time zone. And trying to remember where everybody's from and what differences they have in time zones, so hard. So hard to remember. I'm really bad at it. I'm thirsty. Okay, drink some water. Oh no, you're not saying it to me. I'm like, I do remember you're in the UK. Yeah, you were answering somebody else. Yeah, it's hard to remember where everybody's from and what the time difference would be with everybody. So I guesstimate 6 hours, and I know that I'll be within an hour or two of whoever else's time. You know, whoever I'm talking to, I know I'll be within like an hour or two of their time. All these sticks, that's a lot of sticks. There's a tree, and there's a rock or something. Those are things that have to blow up, aren't they? Michael Jackson, I hear Kick is also a great app to stream. We were just talking about Kick. It depends. It depends. For some people, it's great. For some people, it doesn't really matter. For me, it didn't really matter. The few times that I streamed on Kick, my viewership was actually worse than it was anywhere else. So Kick for me wasn't a benefit, but there was also another friend, ex-friend, not really a friend anymore, said some stuff that I don't agree with, that swore up and down that his viewership was like over 100 people on Kick when he was averaging like 3 on Twitch. I never saw it. I never saw that person reach those numbers, so I'm not saying they were lying, but they might have been just like a temporary boost in viewership. And when I tried it, I didn't have that kind of viewership, so I don't know. You know, but it might, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But I didn't find that it was a good place to stream. I'm fine with it, though. I don't really care. Would you believe if I said it's raining? It never rains in England. What are you talking about? Why are you a liar, Night Owl? Why are you a liar? You know, I believe you for most stuff, but like, now I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if you're worth believing. Snow in England. You're crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, you can feel free to try it. I mean, it might work for you, right? It didn't work for me, but it might work for you. There's honestly no one answer for anybody. Michael Jackson, honestly. There are people that swear... Oh, I saved already, didn't I? There are people that swear by Twitch and say that's the only place they've ever gotten viewership, that's the only place worth streaming. There are people who swear by YouTube and say that's the only place, and they've never had any success anywhere else. There are people that swear by Kick now, or Mixer when that was a thing, and look what happened there. Or they swear by Facebook. Like, I've seen people that are like, oh, my average viewership on Facebook is like 200 plus people, and I've never been able to do that on Twitch, and, you know, Facebook is where you want to be. It depends on what works for you and where your community is and what kind of games you play and how you stream. It might work better on one platform than another. You know, it all depends. Cal the Epic, hello. How are you? That took me a second because I've never seen that word typed out. I've only ever heard it said by Chef Ramsay. It's like, it's more of a sous vide. The hell is a sous vide? Sous vide, right? That's what you meant? Because I'm an idiot. What the hell is is a Seuss Vide. New item. Wait. What new item was added? Get down. Get down. Okay, first, drink some of this. I don't know if I've ever had sous vide. I hear that it can be really good. I hear it can be delicious. Although I do hear that there are some chefs that kind of, you know, stare their nose down at sous vide. Find a way to the sinkhole. What new thing did it... There's absolutely nothing new in my book. Was it just because I found something new, maybe? I don't see anything new. I don't think I picked anything new up. Oh, I don't have a camcorder. Yeah, I don't see anything new. I don't really know what I grabbed. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, Michael Jackson, it depends, right? Like, I have friends that have started on YouTube, and they swear by YouTube, and then they move to Twitch, and then they say that Twitch was trash, and they didn't have any luck, and obviously, like, it's not a good platform like people think. I've had friends that were on YouTube for a really long time and had no viewership, and then they moved to Twitch, and all of a sudden, their viewership just skyrocketed. You know, there's also a difference in culture on each platform. What I mean by that is, like, the creators will have a certain way of acting, or whoa, I didn't even know that this one was here. I walked right by it earlier. They'll have a certain way of acting or a way of pursuing their content on Twitch, and people on YouTube will have a very different way of acting and pursuing their content. I can't speak about everybody because I don't know every streamer out there, but I did find that the creators I spoke to and I, you know, hung out with and that I spent time with on YouTube had much less of a business mentality. They had less business sense, and they didn't take streaming seriously, but not that they weren't trying to do something with their stream, but they didn't think of it in a business way, so they weren't taking it seriously in a way that was beneficial to them. You know, they streamed like I'm doing right now on YouTube, where I'm just streaming. There's nothing to it. There's no community building. There's no other work that I'm doing outside of it. And that's just kind of what they do. And they have grown, but they were growing at a very slow and steady rate. They're not actually making strides as a content creator. You know, there's one in particular who, when I started following them, they had about 8.5K followers. This is almost 8 years ago now. 8.5K followers. They've now reached 11K. That's 3,000 followers in almost 8 years. Like, that's not a lot of followers in a very long time. Because they don't promote anywhere. They don't post anywhere else. They don't make any other content. They've never had sponsored streams. They've never had promotional streams where they're like, you know, collaborating with another company. They've never had any kind of business connections. And I have friends who have had like less than 2,000 followers on Twitch and have made some pretty big collaborations, gotten some pretty cool stuff from big companies, but they approached it like a business. And they average triple what this person with 11, 12,000 followers averages on YouTube. And it's not because YouTube is worse. It's because there's like a culture, at least in the community I hung out with, that was very, I'm going to get famous just by streaming and not do any other thing. Whereas Twitch, I find there's a lot more competition, but there's more business sense because of that. So you get more of a professional business mentality behind the scenes when you're looking at a successful streamer. Small streamers like myself, beginner streamers, they're going to have drama. They're going to be much more crazy like I am with like not thinking ahead. But yeah, there's a culture difference. I don't know what Kick's culture is like because I've never, you know, been long term with Kick, but yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like it's very, very different. The mentality is different, and the approach is different, and you're surrounded by people who approach things differently when you're on something like YouTube. That will affect the way you approach things, right? Like I streamed on YouTube for 3 years. I feel like can this be blown up? I don't know. Let's see. I streamed for years on YouTube, three years, I think it was, on YouTube. And in the 3 years, I gained quite a few followers, and it was fine, but I never got donations. I never had any business deals. I didn't get any kind of promotional offers. And in 1 year, I was able to achieve almost the same amount of growth on Twitch. I was making a heck of a lot more money on Twitch. My viewer count was way lower on Twitch than it ever was on YouTube. But I was able to make way more money on Twitch. And I was getting emails saying like, hey, do you want to do a promo stream for us and stuff? I didn't get very many of them, but I was still getting them. I didn't get those on YouTube. But by the time I was on Twitch, I was starting on TikTok. I was thinking more business. I was looking at my numbers. YouTube, the community never, ever discussed those things. So I never even considered them. They weren't even something that I thought about when I was doing that. Yeah, it's important to enjoy yourself when you're live. If you don't enjoy yourself, no one's going to enjoy watching you. So that's just like, that's a given. But if you want to make streaming a thing where you make money, you do have to think strategically. And in doing that, you're going to treat your job like a business. And the truth is there are going to be things you're going to do that are not enjoyable, that are not, the best for you. Like that you're going to sit there going, oh, I don't want to do this. But you have to if you want to treat it like a business. But if you try your best to enjoy what you're doing when you're doing it, the things you don't enjoy won't be so bad. But if you're only following the numbers and aren't enjoying what you're doing at all, yeah, when the time comes to do something you really don't like, you're really going to be obvious that you hate it. It's a balance, Oh, God. I would avoid any kind of contract. Any kind of contract. I would avoid it. I would absolutely avoid it. When it comes to like streaming, stuff like that, What is the highest viewer count I've had in a stream? Now, it kind of depends on how, like what you mean. Did I use all my TNT? Did I lose all my TNT? Where is my TNT? Oh, down here. If we're talking like at a single time, not that I earned it, but like even including raids and stuff, I think the highest I had was about 350. Oops. I had this large streamer named Blue Television Games, and he raided me with like 300 people. I already had about 50 in there, and he raided me with about 300. So it jumped up to like 350, and that lasted for about an hour. It was pretty cool. That was one time. The next biggest raid I ever got was about 100 to 120, something like that. It might have been 200, but it was around there. Again, lasted for about an hour, and then it slowly dipped out, and then it went to nothing. Like back to whatever I was doing before. If we're talking about what I've been able to bring in, not due to some special event, not due to like a raid or anything, but like just people were coming to watch and hung out for a significant amount of time, I want to say it was about 65. It could have been up to about 75. It was within those numbers. It was pretty high. I was doing really, really well when I first started streaming. Yeah, definitely let me know more. Yeah, I would be very, very weary about those. I've had those offers before. Like when I first started, especially, I got offers like that. Especially when my numbers were really good, I was getting those offers a lot. And I got offers like, there was one guy, this one was by like a real person that I knew personally. It was a guy I went to high school with. He was always one of these dreamer guys. Like, he would set really high expectations for himself. And he didn't ever achieve any of his expectations. But hey, good for him, because he always put himself out there and he did a lot of cool stuff. But he would almost like lie to make it out to be like it was actually more successful than it was. Like one of his big things was he liked singing. He always wanted to be a singer. And that's actually how I got back into starting to sing again. because I sang as a kid and then I stopped when I got older, and then thanks to him, I kind of got back into it. He was singing. I'm sure you guys will probably tell I like teaching things on my own time. I don't want to be a teacher, but I like to teach. And he was singing in a hallway because he was going to do something for like a talent show at school. And he was singing and he was struggling with something because it was him and another guy that were going to sing. And they were covering a popular song at the time. And he was not harmonizing. They were just singing the same note. They were both singing the melody. And so it didn't sound great. And they were both slightly flat. So I was like, do you mind if I help? Because we had been friends just from like seeing each other in the hallway, having a class together and stuff. I was like, do you mind if I give you some advice? And he's like, sure. I'm like, I used to be a singer. And then I kind of gave him a bit of advice. And I sang to give him an example. And he heard me sing. And then he wouldn't drop it. He's like, you need to sing with me, please, please. Like, I want you to sing with me. All three of us would sound amazing together, blah, blah, blah. So like I went to his house. We sang a little bit. And he really liked it. So I started getting back into singing because of it. He still sings to this day. And when I saw him, he was working at a phone booth, like one of those places that sell cell phones. And, oh, you missed it, Ty, by the way. I switched scenes and I forgot to switch back. And I intentionally promised I would switch back and I forgot to. So you missed it. Anyways, so I was talking to him. I was like, hey, I haven't seen you in years. How have you been? What have you been up to? And then he like pulls out this flyer that he's been performing at these things. Then he's talking about how he's going to be an opening act for this big rap performance. As we were talking, he let out that, you know, he was doing it for free. So it's not really an achievement if you're singing for free at a big event. You know, that comes off more like they're giving you a chance. Like it's more of like, all right, come on in. It's not like they seeked him out because he was so good. Anyways, not to belittle him. I'm just saying, like, he was making it out to be like, I'm so successful. I'm an opening act and all this. And it was more like they gave you the chance. Anyways, so he was talking about how he was getting into live streaming. And I was like, oh, I do that too. And, you know, I'm just beginning. I'm not that great. And he's like, oh, I'm doing really well. I'm like, oh, yeah? Like, how big is your channel? He's like, I've got like 500 followers. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm like, how much do you average when you're streaming? Well, sometimes we get like up to 5 viewers. I'm like, oh, awesome. I didn't say anything about mine because I'm not trying to like one up him or like be like, you've earned nothing. I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, how's your channel going? I'm like, oh, it's going pretty decent. You know, he's like, well, how are you doing number wise? And I was like, you know, it's still got a ways to go. So I'm like, I'm not super proud of my number. And he's like, well, come on, tell me. I was like, well, okay, well, and at this time it was when I was starting to pick up. I was like, I'm averaging about 25 viewers. I've got about like 1,900 followers. And like he was floored because to him, that was a huge following. So getting back to the original point, he made me an offer. And he's like, well, I run my channel. He's like, and my whole idea of my channel is that it's more like it's a channel that other people are going to create on. It's not his channel that he does his own thing on. Instead, it was going to be like one of those like, the one that was really famous on YouTube that crashed, where like all other creators create content for this channel. That's what he wanted to do. And he's like, would you consider doing that? I was like, well, right now I'm still trying to work on my channel. I like having the freedom to do my own thing. He's like, because like I think it would be a really great consideration. We could all split the ad revenue, and we would just require you to make like so many videos a month and like stream for so long once a week. He's like, we could pick a date for you. You could do your own channel, but then you can come to our channel and do it once a week. And I was like, I'm not going to put in extra effort for your channel that you're going to get all the benefit from. Like if I'm going to put in the work that's going to bring in the viewership, and if I'm going to earn like $100 a month, I don't want you to get my $100 a month and then I get a split from it when I'm the one doing the work. If I'm going to do $100 worth of work, I'll do it on my own channel and keep the $100, right? So I didn't go for him. Then I had somebody else offer to be like my representative, and the same thing. They wanted ownership of my channel, that I would stream and they would pay me, and it would be a guaranteed monthly income. Now at this point, because my channel hasn't gone anywhere, it would have been a great deal. But imagine if my channel would have continued in the trajectory that it was in and life hadn't gotten in the way, and I was averaging 200 viewers a stream and I'm making, you know, $5,000-$6,000 a month, but I agreed to $500 a month. They're pocketing the other $4,500 a month while I'm doing all the work and it's my channel. I don't really like the contracts that people offer, you know? Yeah, how do you split 0.000001? Exactly. Yeah, absolutely, Ty. But yeah, it's just a little, I don't really trust when people offer things, you know, and even though it could be really, really lucrative at first, it eventually could shoot you in the foot if you do end up making it go somewhere. It's kind of like the one company I'm working with right now. I'm going to be doing some videos on their content, on their stuff. And so they're like, we want you to put a link in your bio and all this. And I was like, well, I'm on TikTok and I can only put one link at a time. I'm like, and you're offering me to do 2 separate products, so I can't do 2 links. I'm like, and I also don't want to bring down the links to the other deals that I've done. I'm like, so are you okay with my like tree link having it? And they're like, oh yeah, that's fine. I'm like, all right, how long do you want it in the tree link? Because most places are like, oh, you have to have it on for a month, or oh, you have to have it on for a year, or whatever. And they're like, oh, we want you to have it on forever because we want to work with you. And I was like, okay, before we go any further, I'm not comfortable accepting to go forever. Like, because we might make this one product video together and you don't like the turnout, or I don't like the turnout, or the product is really bad, or I'm just not happy with the deal. Like, and I'm just expected to keep this on forever. And then if I take it down, 3 years down the road when I haven't worked with you in 3 years, you can sue me because I took it down. Like, I'm not comfortable with that. Like, so I'll put it up for as long as we're working together. And then once the work is done, I'll take it down. I'm like, I'll even keep it up for a little while after we're done working together, just so it's not like, oh, we're done today, it's over today. And she's like, oh, no, my misunderstanding. Chinese English isn't her first language, so I totally get it. She's like, no, my misunderstanding. She's like, I didn't really understand what you were saying. I understand now. She goes, just keep it up for 2 months after we're done the video. And then every time we give you a new product or whatever, just put up a new link. That's it. I was like, okay, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. But that's kind of where they can get you. And I would have lost. And the product is something I do want. I was actually looking at buying one on Amazon, and now I'm going to get it for free, so I'm okay with that. I risked losing that. But I also wasn't going to risk getting sued. It's just not worth it. I'm finishing now. Juica, I'm going to finish now because it's been 4 hours that I've been streaming. I got to make dinner and stuff, and I want to rest before going to work. Trying to sneak in ad usage forever into their... Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's it, right? And so, like, depending on the company and what the product is, and I'm only saying this because I have accepted it, as, like, you can use the footage for forever... I'll accept it, but it has to be very, very specific. Hey, I went to the wrong window. I went to the wrong one. Sorry, everybody. Thank you so much, Jonathan. How you doing? Welcome. You're catching us literally at the end. Anyways, I have accepted it only because... I know, right? I was trying to be creative, artistic, all right, Ty? It's called art. I accepted it only because the product is something that I genuinely like and genuinely wanted, and I want them to be able to have more people take part in this product. Like, I genuinely believe that this is something that needs more attention. I know, Jonathan. I know. I'm starting earlier. The last few days, I was starting like an hour or two ago. But my job just switched shifts, so I actually started 4 hours ago. Yeah, exactly. So, like, the hair product. With Lord Hair, that was part of it. Where anything that I send them, they're using in perpetuity. I'm totally okay with it because not only has it been a life-changing event for me, they've given me a product that I was too scared to try, and now I did it without the fear. They've shown me a whole new life that is something that is priceless to me, and I genuinely feel proud that other men are going to see my journey and my ads and my videos, and maybe they'll want to wear one. 100% happy with Lord Hair using my content for that. The videos I send them, go for it. I mean, a lot of them don't really fit into the way that they usually run their ads, but I'm so happy with the product. There is another company that's looking like they're watching me a little bit, and maybe I'll be working with them soon. But outside of that, I mean, no perpetuity, because I'm not going to do ad work that you would have paid thousands of dollars to somebody else for your $60 speaker or your $50 blow dryer. I don't know, whatever. So yeah, sometimes it's kind of scary because you feel like, especially that's where I am right now. Night Owl, you're obviously much smarter than me. You run your own business with like your photography and stuff. So you're much more well-versed at this stuff. But like, I'm at that point where I'm scared to say no to people because I'm scared of losing the opportunities. At the same time, I also don't care. So I'm just going to reject people. But I can understand why some people will accept it because it is kind of scary. I just don't know how to take the next step outside of saying no. I don't know how to take the next step into making it now come back at something that is worthwhile. You know what I mean? Yeah, the brand stuff, it's definitely more complicated than just running a business. But at least you have some business sense from your prior experience. I got nothing. When I was a photographer, I was giving away my work. You know, I think the most I ever made as a photographer, cash money. I did a couple of big events where I got paid like $500-$600 for them. But then I did like headshots for like $100. You know, when other photographers are charging $800-$900 for headshots, I did $100. And, you know, I did other headshots for free. I did a lot of headshots for free. So like, I don't know how to like price myself at all. I've never been good at that. Yeah, and it's also hard to evaluate. You always try about school. No, I understand, Jonathan. I mean, I do stream Saturdays, so you might be able to see me during the weekend. It's just I was starting later, but now because work has changed, I'm definitely going to be starting earlier because yesterday alone, I was starting at like 3 a.m., 1 a.m. to go to work. Now I'm starting at 10 p.m. to go to work. So like right now it's 6 p.m. for me. I have 4 hours from now until I leave. I still have to have dinner. I still have to get changed. I got to tidy up the dishes and stuff. So like I need to end now so I can be ready for work. But that also means I get home earlier. Instead of getting home at like 9 a.m., 8:30, 7:30, I'm getting home at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So I can go to bed earlier, which means I can be up earlier and I can start the stream earlier. So, but the weekends I'll be live. So you can see me on the weekends at least. But yeah, and that's also really hard, is to evaluate what your viewership is worth, because you don't know how they're looking at your numbers versus how you look at your numbers. You know what I mean? Like for me right now, one of the things I was talking about the last stream, I get decent viewership, right? Like I do videos that'll get decent in the sense of like, as like a tiny creator. You know, I'll do a video that can get 15, 20,000 views. I'll also do a video that gets 500 views. That's fine. But like I'll get videos that'll break 10,000 on a fairly consistent basis. But every time I do an ad, I know it only has 300 views, 400 views. So do I charge based on how much viewership I get on average? Or do I charge based on how much I get per my promoted videos? Because if they're looking at the promoted videos, yeah, I'm not going to be able to charge very much. But if they're looking at my average videos, you know, then I can charge more. And if they're looking at my viral level videos, then I can charge a lot more. Where do I go? Well, what are they looking at? And then, are they looking at my following number? Because, yeah, I've got 140,000+ followers, but it's on the downslope. So are they looking at the downslope, or are they just looking at the number? Or are they looking at the views? Like, all of that, I have no idea how to look at. So I always get so nervous when they ask me, like, how much would you charge? Thankfully, everybody who has asked me to do a paid promotion is something I don't want to do. Like, I just got one for one of those that I roast all the time on stream, and I'm about to do it again. You know, the ones that are like, people say this graphics on a game you've never heard of are fake, but let me prove to you how real they are. And then you look at it and it's like PS2 graphics. Who would say those are fake? I think you misheard it and they said those are shit. I got one of those asking me to promote for them. I'm not going to be promoting one of those. I don't really promote video games to begin with. And I'm not going to promote a gacha mechanics game for mobile. No, thank you. So no. But thankfully, those are the only ones that have ever offered me money. And since they've offered me money and I'm not interested in it, I haven't had to make the decision. You know, Raid Shadow Legends. I actually got an offer from them. I was just about to say, you got ahead of me. I was just about to say that. I got one offer for money that I was like, okay. And I gave them an offer and they rejected me. And it was Raid Shadow Legends. It was Raid Shadow Legends that rejected my offer. The funny thing is that they asked when I was doing really well with my viewership. Like I was getting 20 to 30,000 views on the majority of my videos, and the better ones were doing like 100,000 to 500,000. So they were doing okay. And they offered, you know, we were doing a campaign with Raid Shadow Legends on TikTok. Are you willing? Like, we would love to work with you. We love, you know, the content you make. Please tell us what your fee is and we will work with you. I said $250 and they said no. All I asked for was $250 and they said no. And so I was like, okay, maybe I overcharged, especially because everybody says the same thing. Raid pays well. And so I was like, well, $250, that's pretty low. And they said no. They said no. I was so heartbroken. I felt embarrassed, but oh well. What is my opinion on Elden Ring? You don't want to know, Gamer Fridge. You don't want to know. Yep. And they said no to me. So I was like, okay. All right. I felt kind of dumb. I felt kind of dumb because I felt like I overestimated myself. Because I don't know what their opinion was when they saw that, right? Like, I don't know if they were thinking we were going to scam a little guy and they're just asking too much money. No, we're not going to do it because we wanted to scam somebody. Or if they genuinely were like, no, this guy sucks. You're not worth $250, you fool. Or if they were like, well, yeah, we could give you the $250, but we're looking at this specific thing, so we're kind of off on price. Or they were offended that I asked so much. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot to hate. I'm not a fan of Elden Ring. I think it is, in my opinion, I'm not saying this is an objective answer. This is just based on my tastes in games. I think it is the worst FromSoft game in the Soulsborne style. I don't understand what the hype was. I don't understand why people loved it so much. Not a fan. But yeah, it's always hard to evaluate what to charge. So I always feel really iffy about asking now more than ever because I'm on the downslope with followers. My viewership is fine, but my downslope with followers kind of sucks. It's hard for me to evaluate what I'm worth, and I'm okay with not getting cash offers. I'm just trying to get back into doing some promotional deals with like free stuff, right? Because I did get some really cool stuff. For those who don't know, you can't really see it on TikTok, but like that logo was sent to me by a company that does neon lights. I love that thing. Now, the original little switch broke, so they sent me a new one, and it hasn't failed since, and the lights are perfectly fine, and I friggin' love it. I think it's so great. It's such a cool sign. Price-wise isn't too bad. It's costly, but it's a custom-made logo. It's not going to be cheap. But it's great. It's made of plastic, so you don't have to worry about it breaking. The one I got in particular has a remote, so I can control it from here. I don't have to walk over there. The old one had a built-in remote that I had to actually go up and touch. But like it's got strobe light and like fading in and out and stuff like that. It's really awesome. I also got some speakers from Edifier. They're amazing bookshelf speakers. I don't really use them because I'm almost always gaming with these on when I'm on PC. But I put them in over on my Mac Mini now for my editing setup. And I turned on a YouTube video and I was shocked at how much louder they got than I remembered. And they almost sound like they have a subwoofer from how good they are. Great, great speakers. I love those things. I've gotten some stuff that I'm like, it's kind of useless. I don't need it. Like I got a webcam that I never used. I threw it out. It was really bad. I didn't even make a video on it. I got a microphone that it's fine, but it's not something I needed. I got this thing. Ugh. This thing's cool. It's O-Polar air blower, and it's been great because I can like de-dust my stuff. It's really, really loud though. But like I got some cool stuff from doing promotions. I don't mind getting some more cool stuff, except I want to get some like cool stuff I can use. Because like the next thing I'm getting is a Mac Mini dock, which if you know anything about the Mac Mini, if you guys don't use Mac, you won't know this. But if you know anything about the Mac Mini, it has 4 USB ports in the back for the base Mac Mini, 2 USB-A and 2 USB-C. But you have to buy docks to be able to use like a card reader. And if you want to have more expansion on there, or because you can't expand the hard drive, you have to have an external hard drive, which takes up another dock or another port. So they're going to send me a dock that has built-in SSD support. So I can just put in a little M.2 SSD in there so I can expand my hard drive. It's going to have the card reader, and it's going to hold up my Mac Mini. So it's like, that's cool. I can use that. That's useful. But I wouldn't mind if somebody like Rode sent me a cool like shotgun microphone, or like if I got sent, cool new light to try out. Like I wouldn't mind those things. I could use those, I could use those. All right, Juica, have yourself a good night. Thank you for being here. I'm almost done. I'm going to be leaving in just a second, so you're not going to miss anything. Have yourself a good night. for cleaning cameras and lenses. I get so scared to clean my sensor on my camera because every video I ever watched, this is when like DSLRs were new, right? Like the D7000 was like one of the better cameras, not professional, but one of the better crop sensor cameras. And they'd be like, if you do your sensor, be extra careful. You're going to wreck your sensor. Try not to clean it if you don't have to, but make sure you keep all the dust away. I was like, oh my God. And then I just watch videos on TikTok where like, you just clean it. I'm like, ah, I can't help the anxiety that I feel. Ugh. It might be the same brand, but I don't have my Mac anymore. Oh, okay. Yeah. It might be. They offered me a bunch of stuff, and I looked at it all, and I was kind of like, there's nothing here that really interests me. Like, there was regular dongles and stuff. There was one really nice dongle, like a dock, I guess, I don't know. But it would work with anything, and it would just have a whole bunch of inputs. Like, it had a whole bunch of USBs. It had, like, the LAN connection and everything, and, like, that would have been really cool. But with my editing rig, I don't need all that because I'm not making big fancy movies, so I don't have a bunch of peripherals. I also use a very, very small desk for it, so I'm trying to take up as least space as possible. And so it would have been not great for me. But then I saw that dock, and I was like, okay, it won't take up a lot of space. Got the card readers, got a few extra USB ports, got the SSD thing. I'm in. I'll try that. They also said they're going to send me a thing for the Steam Deck. I don't have a Steam Deck, but I have the ROG Ally, and it'll work with that because it's literally just like a stand with like a USB-C connector so you can have like display out and stuff. I could use that. That's cool. And even if I don't end up using it, my brother has a Steam Deck. He can take it afterwards. But I that's stuff that I'd be interested in. That's stuff that I get excited about and I want to promote for people. So like I want to get more stuff that I would be excited about, like the Arcade 1-Up. Could you imagine if Arcade 1-Up sent me something? That would be so cool. That would be so cool. I think they've become overpriced. I think the quality has gone down dramatically, which kind of sucks. There's certain things that have gone up, like the speakers are better. They have now like the light up marquee, which is great. But like there's less games on each arcade now. I've heard that the buttons and the joysticks are way worse now than they used to be. And the price has gone up a lot. So I'm like, but I would totally do a promotion for them if they sent me something because I do like the whole idea of mini arcades. I'm such a big fan. Or like I saw, his name's Liam Tech something. Fantastic Tech. Fantastic Tech, I think is. I can't remember. No, it's Fantastic Tech, right? Anyways, he's been doing a lot of promotion stuff too. And like he got like a racing sim seat. It wasn't like the moving kind, but like it's a chair that you can plug in your steering wheel to, like hook up your steering wheel on like a stand and you're in a racing chair. That is so cool. I looked it up because I was like, maybe I'll buy it. It's really expensive. It's NBC Liam on Twitter. That's awesome. It's actually a problem with shipping. Oh, yeah? I didn't know that. Yeah, I haven't really looked into it just because the price is way out of my range. Like, I want the Ninja Turtles arcade, but the only ones I've found are like the quarter arcade, which is like a desktop one, which is still like $500, which is what I paid for that one. Or that sized Turtles arcade, which is now $800. It's almost double the price, and it only has 2 games. That has 5. 5? 1, 2, 4. It has 4. It has 4. I lied. But 4 games for $500 or 2 games for $800. I just can't even consider buying something arcade 1-Up, so I haven't even been looking into it. That's the brand you tagged? Oh my god, that thing is so cool. Like, that's awesome, right? And I've seen you get like some products that I'm like, oh, I want one of those. But my content isn't there yet, right? I haven't been putting consistent work into it. I haven't really done anything to write home about, like I haven't been making a new series that people are really into. Instead, I've just kind of been floundering around, just doing random stuff and posting randomly. But now that I have time, I am going to be getting a lot more consistent and serious with what I'm doing. So it'll come with time. I just got to get back into it. But yeah, that's where I am right now. I'm not even thinking about charging. I'm looking at like getting cool stuff. I wouldn't mind getting cool stuff. And that's one thing I need to work on, Night Owl, is reaching out to brands. I don't know how to, and I don't know what to say to them, or like how to sell myself so it's worth it, because I know they get reached out to all the time, but like, how do I reach out without being like, can you send me free stuff, please? You know, that's where I get, like, I feel like anything I write sounds like that, and I don't want it to be like that. Or I feel like I'm gonna be like, you know, I'm pretty great. I got like a lot of followers. I make some pretty awesome videos, and then they go and look, and they're like, oh yeah, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 views. Cool. Then I get a video, and then it's like 300 views. Oh. And so I feel like I'm going to burn those bridges if I don't do a good job, and then I'll never work with them again. Those are the paranoia thoughts that go through my mind, you know? But yeah, I got to start reaching out just to see, because I've seen some people who have way smaller followings get less viewership than I do, and they're getting like full care packages sent to them. Like, I get a CD key for a game. They get like a full box with like inflatables and like collectibles and, you know, a new shirt and a new hat. And I'm like, I got a key, you guys. I got to reach out. I got to reach out. Ah, see, I didn't consider that. That's a really good idea. I'm going to take that into consideration, because I've been thinking that way with Lord Hair, because I know they'll send me a new hair system when I ask, but I have to do a video for it. And so each time I'm going to get ready to order a new one, I start thinking about how am I going to make this next video for when they send it to me. So I can be prepared, so that way when I get it and I get it on, I can start recording. And if I need to record before putting it on, I can record before putting it on. I didn't even think about that for other brands. Yeah, yeah, outline what I would do for the video. That alone, like, points me in a very much more defined direction. Because anybody I have spoken to is always, just reach out to them. But what do I say? Tell me what to say. I don't know what I'm doing. Write the email for me. You be my wingman. Tell them that I'm really cool. Tell them I think they're cute. Yeah, and that's what I don't know how to do. Like, of course, I want free stuff just because it's free. But no, I actually want to have stuff to make content with, right? Like, it's not even the... Like, yeah, like I said, there is stuff that I want for free. Like, I would like to get a cool shotgun microphone or whatever. But a big part of it is just being able to progress my own work, right? Like, doing my own, like, fun videos. Like, the ROG Ally video that I did wasn't a promotion in any way. But I did it with the mentality of, like, how can I make this look like a brand deal that I'm doing, like a collab that I'm doing? And how would I make it so it feels like this is something a brand would want to see? And so it was more, I did it just because, one, I had no ideas on what to post. But two, I wanted to see if I could do something similar. And I think I did okay outside of, like, the technical aspects, like the camera being shaky or, like, the angles maybe not being the best or whatever. Some of the editing is kind of rough. But the overall skeleton of it was there. So, like, I want to work with them for that aspect. Like, being able to say, like, hey, I'm working with, you know, Rode. And I was able to do these ads for Rode, and like there's this cool stuff that I was able to give them, and in turn I got the experience of working with them, and then maybe down the line work with them again. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to do. Although getting something free from Rode would be awesome. But yeah, I didn't even think about, like, propose to them what I would do and how it would benefit them, so then maybe they'll want to work with me. Yeah. Exactly. And a big part, I mentioned this before, a big part of it is I don't know how to shoot B-roll in an effective way. You know what I mean? Like, one of the big problems I ran into in the video that I shot was I shot my B-roll at 24 frames a second. And so when I tried to slow it down, it became super jittery. And because I was already shaky with holding the camera, I forgot to turn on the stabilization in the camera. I was already shaky. When I turned on stabilization in Final Cut, it would zoom in to the point that it was useless. And because it's vertical, I was using the camera in vertical position, but the sensor inside sometimes would reset right before I started recording, so it would see as if it was horizontal. And then I would record, and then in the footage that I got, it was working horizontally. So if I wanted to, like, use it, I'd either have to rotate it, and then the rotation might ruin what I was doing, or I'd have to zoom in to crop out the black bars, and then adding the stabilization, basically I would see as, like, the screen and not what I was actually showing. You couldn't see it was the ROG Ally. It just looked like a black screen. Those are the things that I really have to work on learning. You know what I mean? I remember watching your video about B-roll. I remember watching that. Which don't do that automatically. Yeah, see, in my ZV E10 or whatever, it does it automatically. But then sometimes I'll set it up and it's fine. But because sometimes I'm shooting downwards, then it like goes back to horizontal and then it doesn't change back. And now all of a sudden the shot is weird. Yeah, I need to go back to that. There was a video that I watched and I can't remember what the process was. Like I can't remember what the key was. But I remember he said that he shoots in slow motion. He shoots in slow motion and then moves quickly? Or is it that he shoots in regular motion, does the motion quickly, and then slows it down afterwards? It's something like that to get that smoother motion without having to have a dolly or a gimbal or whatever. And I have looked on YouTube. I have tried searching everything possible to see if I could find that video again, and I cannot find it. Shoot and slow and move quickly. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try that. Because that would help with the stability. That was the thing. I was shooting at 24 frames and I was moving slowly, but then of course my hand kind of shook in the process. And then the shaking now looks really obvious on camera in the screen. And then I slow it down to make it last longer because the clip was only 2 seconds and I actually needed 3 seconds. And now it's running jittery and the shake looks even worse. I just made it worse for myself. Hey, Dontavis, how you doing? You're a sucker for Bethesda, though. I've heard it's pretty good. I'm excited. I didn't buy it, so I don't have early access. I'm going to have to wait till it's fully released, but I'm really excited to try Starfield. Really excited. That way it'll look normal speed, but smoother. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need to do. That was like the big thing that I couldn't remember how it was done, and I was like, okay, so is it that I move quick at regular frame rate and then I slow it down on the computer? That was the last time I tried that and it didn't work. So yeah, I need to shoot in slow motion and move quickly, because I think the last time I tried in slow motion, I did slow motion and I moved slowly because my intelligent butt decided that the idea was to move slowly so it was smoother, do it in slow motion so there was more frames to work with, and then when you speed it up it gets rid of some of the frames and then you would get smooth motion. It was like the reverse of what it was supposed to do. And then it didn't look good. So I was like, okay, that's not the sequence. But yeah, move quick, shoot in slow motion. Then when it plays, it'll play in slow motion, but you're moving quick, so it'll move at a regular speed. I got you. But yeah, I want to practice more of those promo-style shoots with just anything, really. I was even tempted. I don't have the money right now, but I was really tempted to go to like the budget place that's here that like sells a variety of stuff. It's like a budget Walmart even. Because the one place had a whole bunch of gaming stuff. Like they had a gaming headset, gaming keyboard and mouse. They also had like a gaming a sound bar. And I'm like, it's all garbage. Like it's not going to be good quality stuff. But can I use this stuff to set up a stream and make it passable? So then somebody who's on a budget could buy that like really cheap gaming light that they have and make it look okay. But that would still entail investing like $100 and all that stuff. And I don't have $100 for that, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do is make videos on stuff that I already own and see what I can do with it. And then maybe that'll interest other people. You know what I mean? Who wins in a fight, Spider-Man or a shark? It depends. Does the shark have the Jaws theme song? Because if you hear dun dun dun, Peter Parker might be distracted, wondering what that noise is, and then the shark comes up and bites him in the butt. But if there's no theme song, Spider-Man could like web him in the mouth and then beat him up, punch him in the eyeball, you know? How does it work when I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok? Let me show you my display. You're on Twitch, so I can show you my display. On TikTok, it's hard to show my display, but here. Okay, don't be overwhelmed. There's going to be a million things on screen. But if you can see my mouse, this is OBS, and this is the ATEM or whatever, vertical plugin. I've got my main stream on OBS. That's what you're looking at, the Twitch. The Twitch and YouTube is on here. I've got the vertical, The vertical is actually being used as a virtual camera, which you can see down here being picked up by the TikTok Live Studio. And then I go live on TikTok Live Studio, and it's just picking it up as if this was a webcam, so I don't have to do any work on here except go live. On OBS is where I control everything. So if I change scenes and I click here, nope, I'm not on scenes. If I click, like, let's say here, gameplay, it switches on both automatically. And then if I go back, it switches on both automatically again. You couldn't see the switch on the TikTok, but that's what it does. They're linked together, so I'm able to just switch one set of scenes and they both switch, and it goes both out. Now, when it comes to OBS for Twitch and YouTube, I'm actually streaming out to Restream, which is right here. So I'm out to Restream, and Restream is now sending it out to YouTube and Twitch. So I'm technically streaming out to TikTok and Restream, and then Restream is going out to Twitch and YouTube. And that way I can be live on all three without having to do a bunch of crazy stuff to go live. It is hardware intensive because I am streaming twice. So I'm doing 2 streams at one time. It also takes up your bandwidth. So depending on what your internet is, that is going to actually matter. Because like I only have 10 megabits up. And if I want to stream to both, I'm limited at like basically 5 each. And even then you don't really want to max it out. You want to give yourself some space. So I think my Twitch and YouTube is going up at like 5,000 and my TikTok is at like 3,000. So I leave like 1,000 free, just in case for any kind of variance. But that's what happens. I'm also using my video card to process what's happening on OBS and my CPU to process what's happening on TikTok. That way the workload is split between the two. I'm also dual PC streaming. So I have a PC that does all the gaming without me having to take up any of the stream power. And the stream isn't going to hinder the gameplay. If you're using one PC, you need to have a monster of a PC to be able to play and stream to 2 separate platforms like that. It's worth it, and tag the brand in the video. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I should do that. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, resources are the biggest issue. You know, I found that most older games didn't really cause an issue. Like I was able to pretty much do this setup with one PC for the whole time since I've started it. There was nothing that really got in the way. Where I finally hit a wall was with Dead Island. Dead Island would not run with both streams going. As soon as I shut one stream down, Dead Island ran fine. As soon as I had both going, Dead Island would open up, the frame rate would be in the toilet, and then eventually it would just crash because the resources were just too intensive for both streams. That is why I decided to go dual PC. I mean, Alana had her second PC and she gave it back to me so I could use it. But that's why I was like, yeah, I need to do it this way because I'm streaming to multiple platforms. Then I don't have to worry about it. But it is somewhat hardware intensive. Now, what I did here from Harris, which take it or leave it, I don't know how accurate he is, but from Harris Heller is the way I'm doing it by using a secondary app like TikTok Live Studio is it's being processed twice. So it's taking double the load to do the stream. But if you're able to stream from something like Atom, then it's only using the one process because it's just splitting the process, like repeating the process, sending it somewhere else. It's not actually processing it twice. It's only processing it once, which would save you on resources. But apparently TikTok is no longer allowing you to really stream straight from OBS because of like their keys and stuff. They want you to use their app. So that doesn't really work for TikTok, but it would work if you're trying to use like Twitch and YouTube and you don't want to use Restream. So that's an option. You know what I mean? I can ask him. Yeah, I don't see why it would be wrong, like with what Harris was saying. I just know some people really don't trust Harris. But yeah, so there's that option. It can be intensive. It can be pretty rough, you know, to get it to stream twice. There's always the option, which is a lot more ghetto, but it can work, to stream from like your phone to TikTok and aim your phone to the screen and stream that way. But then you have to worry about like, are the settings going to really work well? If you can like lock in the settings, then great. But if you can't, then there's not really much you can do about it. You know, and streaming can be intensive, but you can get away with like a fairly cheap computer to stream. So you can always buy like a relatively cheap like laptop and only use it to stream from. So there's kind of that option. You get yourself a USB capture card and a relatively cheap laptop. It can't be like one of those $200 ones, like a $400 or $500 laptop. And then you set up a basic stream, and then you have your main PC put its video out to the laptop and just have the laptop stream out, so you could have the two PC set up that way. You know, there's a few options. It's not exactly the best choice for everybody. Until something like Restream allows you to go to TikTok, it's kind of the only choice you have to do that. What's my opinion on AV1? I don't know what AV1 is. I don't know what AV1 is. I'm just about to end, Jonathan. We're just finishing the conversation, then I'm leaving. But yeah, die dev die. I don't know what AV1 is. Sorry. But yeah, like that's the way I do it. It seems to work fine. Sometimes there are problems. Sometimes things really get screwed up. You know, one of the problems that I have. Here's something, Night Owl. You're friends with somebody that works with Atom. Here's something maybe you could point out to them. Here's something that maybe you could bring up to them that is an issue. Here's my display capture. I have my second transition. No, this transition's fine. It's this transition for this. Docs. Vertical scene transitions. I've got my vertical scene transition, right? I've got it set to fade. Because look what happens if I go to my stinger. If I go to my stinger and I transition, look. Watch. Ready? Look, can you see? I don't know if you saw it. Look, it's really jaggedy. But if you look at TikTok, whoops. If you watch the TikTok window, it's really slow. It runs. Something unplugged because of that. But it's like it runs at like 3 or 4 frames a second and then can lock something. Like right now, it's locked. Okay, it unlocked. Nope, it's locked again. I think it unlocked. I don't know. But it like locks my computer right up if I try to use the stinger transition on both. I don't know if it's something that's simple, like they're just because it's being encoded twice, and maybe there's a way they could just use the original encoding and have it just be copied over, kind of like they're doing with the cameras. But there's something that really had me scared for a while. I thought it was my computer that was in trouble, and it was just the stinger, because as soon as I get rid of it, if I go to fade or cut or whatever, then everything's back to being nice and silky smooth. No problems whatsoever. Yeah, send it to him. And and it's not a complaint if he sees the rest of it. It's not a complaint. I'm not saying that like the vertical thing is a problem. It's awesome. I actually really, really like it. I think it's such a great resource. It's just, yeah, holy crap. It brings my computer to the knees because it's not even just the transition. Everything locks up. Like my camera goes down to like 3 frames a second, and like my mouse stops like freezing, like starts freezing, and like everything freaks out when I do it. So there's something about the way it's being done that is completely bogging down the computer. And I don't know anything about this, so I can't tell you what it is. I don't stream to Instagram, no. I don't have a following on Instagram. I don't like Instagram. I don't think Instagram's really that great of a platform. Instagram is incredibly finicky. Like, I'll post a video that'll get 500,000 views on TikTok, a few thousand views on YouTube, and it'll have 0 views on Instagram. I don't understand how it is possible for an Instagram reel to have 0 views. I could understand if it was like, 5 views, 6 views, 0 views. I have one that I posted multiple days ago. It's got 3 views. It's been up for like 5 days. It got 3 views in 5 days. To give you an example, the rest of them are like 140, 78, 154. Like, they're not huge viewerships, but 3 views? I don't like Instagram. I'm not a fan of Instagram. Oh, the new fancy NVIDIA encoder. I don't know. I don't have like a super fancy card. I got a 3070, unless that one has it in there. If that's... look, I haven't really done a lot of research on video cards in a really, really long time because I don't buy video cards very often. I've got a 3070 right now, and I only bought it because I thought that my 2070 was dead. And when I was at the store, the 2070 was the same price as the 3070, so I just got the 3070 without really doing any research. So I don't know. If it's the If we're talking about the encoder that they released in like the 20 series that was made for streaming, I think it's great. If that's what we're talking about, I think it's amazing, because if you're old enough to remember, if you're a long enough streamer like I am, when I first started streaming on the video card was less intensive on your computer, which allowed you to stream without having so many issues. But streaming on the PC was super clear and had almost no artifacts at a much lower bit rate than you would on a video card. Like on a video card, you would want to have like 8,000 bit rate to get decent quality, when on the CPU, you could do it with like 2,500 and get the same quality. And then on the CPU, if you were like at 3,000 to 4,000, you were looking at like 10,000 up on YouTube to stream from your video card, especially if you're doing something action-packed. Like if you played Mario Kart, 8,000 was not enough. You were going to get so many different artifacts as soon as the action started with the older encoders. If we're talking about these encoders in particular, I might be way off in left field. But once they introduced this new one that came with the 20 series cards, and now the 30, and I think the 40 still have the same one, they perform almost exactly like the CPU encoder does, without the overhead that the CPU needs. Because the CPU still needs you to have a fairly beefy PC to not feel it when you're streaming. Whereas the NVIDIA card, it's its own chip. It doesn't really affect the gameplay as much. So it's great. It's awesome. I almost only use my CPU. I'm at my GPU for encoding. I will use my CPU when it is a game that is so GPU intensive that I notice that it's struggling a little bit. But yeah, I almost always just use my GPU because it's easier. Yeah, and that's the worst part is I try posting on Instagram. One, I'm not photogenic. I don't like selfies. I don't have anything to take pictures of because I don't leave my house, right? Like, I see other fellow streamers who take a lot of selfies, and that's what they post on Instagram, and it's like, yeah, but you're like a handsome person. You're a pretty woman. You're worth looking at. I'm not. And then, or they go out and take pictures of stuff that they're doing. I don't leave my house. I can only take a picture of this shelf so many times before I have nothing else to show. So like, I don't post videos. I post on my TikToks, and they don't go anywhere. Like, I've been posting consistently on Instagram. Every time I post on TikTok, I try to post it on Instagram for quite a few months now. And I've gone from like 320 followers to 354 followers. Like 34 followers in multiple months. I just can't get the idea of Instagram. I don't understand Instagram. Then I ran into a weird bug where I would post on Instagram, but if I used music, it would just cut out my sound. Like, I would level it because it mutes your sound as soon as you use music, but then you go in and you can like fix the volumes, and I would fix it, and then it would upload with no volume. And I'm just like, what? So it would just be music and me sitting there looking like an idiot talking in front of the camera. So then I started posting without music, and those don't do as well. So I don't know how to use Instagram. It really sucks. It really sucks. Yeah, apparently the CEO of Instagram said Instagram is no longer a picture site, or a picture app. It's now a video app. But my reels don't do well at all. They never do well on Instagram. Out of all of them, they do the worst on Instagram, which is funny because they used to do really bad on YouTube. But now on YouTube, at least I get a few hundred views. But on Instagram, it's lucky if I get more than 200 views on something. Got less than 10 likes. I don't even get one like on my stuff. I post videos and I might get like 1 or 2 likes. It's like, Wewin liked it. Maybe like Preston liked it. That's as far as I go. Nobody likes my videos or my pictures on Instagram. Used to get over 100. Yeah, Instagram really changed. It really changed. The 1080 Ti, you need to upgrade. Yeah, the RTX, the first gen of RTX was cool because you could use RTX, but it was so weak that it didn't make it worthwhile. Now they're at a point where it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile. There's not a lot of games that have ray tracing. They're starting to come out now. Now it's becoming a normal thing because the consoles have it. But when you do have it on, I remember because I started with the 1070, then I had the 2070, and the 1070 I think was one of the first that had. No, 1070 didn't have RTX. The 2070 had the RTX, and I had a 2070 Super, and I would turn on the ray tracing, and like it worked. But it struggled a little bit, you know. It wouldn't be great. I would have to turn down quite a few settings for it to be feasible. But I'm okay with that. I don't mind 30 frames a second with like high settings instead of ultra while the ray tracing's on. But now with like the 30 series, and I hear the 40 series is even better. The 30 series, like I can have all my settings on it. I turn ray tracing on, and it doesn't make a huge impact like it used to. It's pretty cool. Ray tracing is pretty cool, but then having that extra encoder to be able to do that for streaming, or I think it works also with video editing, that's really nice. You know, the new cards are pretty good. The only thing I hate, and it's a total niche thing, the only thing I hate is that they got rid of supporting the USB-C video out on the video card. Only because, and this is why it's niche that I hate it, only because the PSVR uses a USB-C and it needs the video signal USB-C to work. And so the only people that theoretically will be able to use the PSVR on the PC as it stands right now are people with video cards that have the USB-C, and the only ones that did were like the 10 series. I think some of the 20 series had them, but they don't include them anymore on any card. So in that aspect, PSVR will never work properly on PC without that. Unless Sony invests money into creating some kind of dongle that will allow like the HDMI signal to work. Like if it's a dongle that has like one side is HDMI, one side is USB, and then you can plug your USB-C headset into it. I can see it working that way. But you know Sony's not really going to support PC support for the PSVR 2. So the downside is that the devs that do it on their own won't be able to either, and that kind of sucks. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know what's going on with Mark Zuckerberg. I don't even comment on that guy. I don't even know. He's a robot. He's in his own world. I have no idea. Oh man. Yeah, and like and it goes back, Night Owl, to the idea of the numbers mean different on different platforms. Like getting 2,000 on Reels is probably worth a lot more than getting 2,000 on TikTok, just like it is on YouTube. Because I said that before, like I got like 120,000 views on a video on TikTok, and maybe I'll get 10 followers, but I got 120,000 followers on YouTube, and then all of a sudden 3,000 followers. It's much better turnout. I'm sure Instagram's probably similar. I think I've got one video that broke 2,000 views, and it was one of my clapback videos. That's the only one. I've never had any other of my videos even break 1,000. It kind of sucks, but oh well. What can you do? Anyways, I should stop. I meant to stop about an hour ago, and I just kept talking. All right, I got to get out of here, everybody. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully at the same time. It might be a little bit later because I want to take a bit more time to get ready before the stream so I can be more awake than I was today. And because it's my day off, so I can stream later into the evening and I don't have to worry about going into work. It also might vary depending, because Preston and I might hang out, and I don't know which one of the 2 days it's going to be. And depending on when we hang out, I'll either start the stream earlier or I'll do the stream on Sunday instead of Saturday. Just keep an eye out. Like I said, I'll be live Monday for sure. Tuesday will be live, but it'll be shorter because I have a doctor's appointment. And then Wednesday like normal. So that's kind of where we're sitting. I got to get out of here. I'm going to go get something to eat. I am starving Marvin. I don't even know what I'm going to eat, but I'll eat something. TikTok, thank you so much for being here. Have yourselves a great day. I will see you later. Have yourselves a good night. Take care. And Twitch and YouTube, thank you all for being here. Xbox Master, thanks for hanging out. Night Owl, you too. Who was the other person that was chatting? Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Gamer Fridge, thank you for coming by as well. Anybody else who's lurking away, we win. If you're still asleep, we win. Good night, sweet dreams. Thank you for being here. Anybody else who lurks away or comes back later, thank you for coming back and hanging out. Great night. It is. It's almost 7. Oh, nighttime. Have a great night, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. All right. Ouch. Take care. Bye-bye.